her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness, like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows, my body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror of water, here we are again. This time, I still meet you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is no big trouble. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it grows in the dark. Don't let the storm cross overshadow you. Don't let the thunder overtake you and up of you. Stand just ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep cruising, writing out tomorrow. Stand with you and dry these floating eyes. Feel as I travel, searching for that true heart of human. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness burn my vision. I won't let the silence cry my nation. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise. Like the spring melts down into snow, I keep painting dreams, make a better tomorrow. Come with me and dry the floating eyes. For there were tears, there were also laughter. Together, our face never dies. In this ever changing world, some things remain. Stand with me, let's try transforming eyes. Stand with me, we'll try this for better.
but put an end to this madness and despair. Searching in the desert, every imprint of humanity eroding memory. We finally see through the red mist. Something's beyond a catastrophe, and it's calling me, showing me the peace of insanity, presenting my doom and reality. Everything is out to believe. It's got time to believe.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
je me vois danser, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to IVA June 2024. I am your host, BK Boyrell, with my lovely co-caster, Gummy. How are we feeling today, Gummy?
I'm feeling very excited. We had 32 teams put into groups of 8 and they played the best of ones, and it was the top teams from each group that will be playing for the live streaming. So this is very exciting and we got to see a lot of different pool of hunters. So yeah, what are your thoughts, BK?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's really interesting going to be seeing these teams as always. IVA is always kind of like with it's probably one of the larger community tournaments, and by no means we do not get, and by no means is it small. So we get some of the best players in SEA competing right now, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they compete and what their strategies are, how they interact in this game, especially with some of the newer characters. I believe some of the characters, the more recent characters that were allowed in this IVA compared to the last one, was the Fire Investigator and the Shadow Hunter. Do you want to tell us about those characters?
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Ivy in rank and other tournaments, and she has been dominating. So yeah, I'm not sure how the survivors plan to counter her at this point, so that will be very interesting to see if we do get the chance to see it in this tournament. And we also have the Puppeteer available, and I've been hearing a lot of good things about the Puppeteer, so apparently he can take up to 3 hits before going down, and he can also take a detention hit, so that makes Puppeteer very strong on the side. So yeah, this will be very exciting to see the new characters and how they balance the hunter and the survivor sides.
Mm. We do have quite a number of veteran survivors with Zhao Khan, Maran, GT3, and Skyfall. All of these we have seen multiple times in previous IVs. I don't remember seeing the new Hunter Glucose, so it's going to be interesting to see what strategies he brings up. Any thoughts about this?
Oh, well, I did also want to mention during the preliminaries, the survivor picks for A Write Your Story was they chose Antiquarian twice, Acrobat twice, Mercenary twice, Psychologist twice, and then Gravekeeper, Priestess, Entomologist, and Cheerleader. So those are the survivors we can expect on the side of A Write Your Story. And the hunter side, we saw Opera Singer twice and the Evil Reptilian play on the hunter side.
Ooh, Evil Reptilian. Not an often picked character. Even in like rank, I tend to notice that Evil Reptilian is definitely one of the rarer hunters. He's very hard to use for one, and he is quite easily counter, especially if the survivors know what they're doing and the hunter is a bit shaky in their practice. So I guess seeing a writer's story pick up the Lucido, especially in the preliminary rounds, means that their hunter is going to be quite confident in it. And given that they are currently in the playoffs, I'd say that their gambit has played off.
Yeah, and the evil reptilian did get the buff where he has the unlimited number of jumps, so we can expect to see some kind of surprising play by the evil reptilian.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be really interesting, honestly, because I have not seen many really good evil reptilians. A lot of the ones that I see tend to be mostly mediocre. This is mostly in ranked, right? Where they're mostly kind of mediocre. So I'm really interested to see in this kind of tournament setting how this character is going to be pushed to the limits, especially with, like you said, the unlimited jump, which I think is a wonderful change for the character because it allows them to get across the map very, very quickly in a manner similar to, for example, an opera singer or a night watch can with like the dashes, right?
Yeah. And on the side of the EMP survivors, we saw Patient being played 3 times. We saw the Wildling being played 3 times. We saw Antiquarian being played twice, and Seer twice, and Lucky Guy twice. So we saw a lot of repeat characters on the side of the survivors. So we weren't able to see a large variety of survivors, but we were able to see that what the survivors main a lot. So that would be interesting to see if they continue to keep this lineup or they will be showing more variety of survivors.
Yeah, I do think that like as the rounds go on, especially in this bracket, when the bans really start to pick up, is when we're gonna start seeing more variety from EMP, and at that point, we're gonna be really in for a wild ride, seeing what surprise picks that EMP is gonna pick out. Because, like you said, lots of repeat characters. So I guess in this first round, we can expect to see quite a few of those guys. However, later on, more interesting picks. We have seen some pretty wacky strategies in the past few tournaments. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these characters and strategies are being pushed to their limits.
Yeah, and the hunter side of EMP Glucose played opera singer twice and wax artist. So we do see the opera singer is a continuous meta, so the very stable meta. So we do see them continuously playing opera singer. And yeah, what do you think about the wax artist?
Ooh, okay. Wrong person to ask this, Gummy, I'm not gonna lie, because Wax Artist is kind of a personal favorite of mine. My top mains as Hunter were Undead and then Wax Artist. He's my boy, okay? You don't mess with my boy. He's just very fun to play, in my opinion. But the kind of play style aside, in terms of meta, he is quite interesting because he could be seen as kind of a direct counter to the harasser slash support, well, mostly harasser meta that we've been seeing crop out with the rise of Antiquarian, Prospector, and also Forward in the olden days when Forward was still a common pick.
Yeah, and I think Wax Artist is especially scary once he has full presence and he has the Hot Wax, because he doesn't really need detention if he has Hot Wax and he can just down the survivors right away. So yeah, definitely a hunter that we have to be careful of with full presence. So yeah. But seeing that they did both choose opera singer twice, it seems like they will most likely be choosing opera singer for the first round hunters. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they will be seeing Ivy, but they could be a hidden card. They could possibly suddenly start using her. So that is something to look forward to.
Yeah. It's going to be really. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Ivy plays, like you mentioned. So, while we're on the topic of Ivy and also Opera Singer, who do you think would be the better pick for, I guess, like BO1 and then for the BO3, let's say, between Ivy, the Shadow, and Sangria, the Opera Singer?
Definitely, Ivy is your first pick hunter. If you've seen the other tournaments, she's been getting 4-man. So in a 4-man VC, if you go against an opera singer, the most likely outcome will be a 2-survivor elimination. So it's a very stable hunter, and she's also very fast. She can make up for her mistakes. But on the side of Ivy, what I've been seeing is while the main body is chasing a survivor, you see her ghost going to one of the cipher machines. So she's blocking cipher machines and she's going after survivors at the same time. So she's just extremely busy. She is the new Dream Witch, the new and improved Dream Witch. And on top of that, it's much more effective for Ivy compared to Dream Witch because she doesn't have to sandwich survivors between two leeches. So the games are so much faster. If the first kite isn't long enough for an Ivy, you're basically there's no way you're gonna complete all 5 cipher machines. The first kite has to be long enough for just the survivors to prime up that 5th cipher. Because once one survivor is eliminated, one survivor has to come for the save, one survivor has to decode. But she sends her ghost to that decoding cipher, sets up a tablet, and then the survivor can't decode that cipher machine for 20 seconds. So yeah, definitely Ivy is the meta at this point. I can say with quite a lot of confidence.
If that is the case, then we still see a lot of opera picks. So you're saying that Ivy is the meta, but then we're also seeing many opera singer picks. So what I'm getting from this picture is that, like you said, Sangria is a very stable pick, most likely getting a draw. So I think in some cases where the Hunter's team needs to secure a draw, maintain a point advantage, let's say, then Sangria or other stable Hunters would be the pick compared to the somewhat a little bit more risky Ivy the Shadow. Because like you mentioned, she is the new Dream Witch. However, we do see that Dream Witch is very hard to play, extremely hard to play, which means that if there's even one slip up by the Hunter, then it's kind of Jover for you, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So first pick, definitely, obviously it has to be Ivy, and then second pick, Sangria, obviously, and then the third pick is, we saw a lot of Gamekeepers, but Gamekeeper did get his nerf. So I think a few of the nerfs that he got was he can only set up 2 traps in the map at the same time, and the amount of time he has to wait 60 seconds to get a new trap. So that was adjusted. The radius of his hook, the slowing down ability for the stacks, is also from 3 it changed to 2. So there's a lot of nerfs on the side of the Gamekeeper. This might not be very good for the Hunters to play Gamekeeper anymore. So yeah, what are your options for alternate Hunters that you could possibly choose instead of the Gamekeeper?
In my opinion, probably between the Breaking Wheel or the Bonbon, probably, because those are just kind of like some very common hunters that we've seen throughout tournaments. There's nothing wrong with a good old Breaking Wheel. He's very good at chasing, and his map control is quite good because he can get across the map very fast. He can do chip damage like the Bonbon and Sculptor back when Sculptor was the meta, which can be very annoying because if you get 1 chip or 3 chip attacks, so let's say like your 3/4 HP or 1/4 HP, it's going to be impossible to heal those unless you have a doctor, or less commonly, but also this strategy is not really very well used, it's the psychologist, because you can actually use the psychologist whistle to heal up chip damage at the cost of it just taking the full 1 regular hit damage equivalent on the psychologist. So Breaking Wheel is a pretty good option, and another would be Bonbon, because the Guard 26 Penguin Bonbon, you call him, he's quite the ferocious camper, you could say. And that's kind of an understatement, I'm not gonna lie, because I mean, why don't you just tell us about his camping abilities, Gummy. He is just absolutely just ferocious. His camping game cannot be matched.
Yeah, Bonbon is obviously a very good TIE hunter and specific maps. So yeah, we will hopefully be able to see him utilized more, and once he gets hit that remote control bomb, he is very useful. So, and it's very hard to save against a Bonbon. So once he does get a survivor down, he will be extremely strong. So yeah, a Bonbon would be very good. We haven't seen much BQs being played anymore. So the nerf and her tie ability is once she misses a mirror, apparently the survivors have a huge advantage. So maybe that's why we don't see BQ a lot. And I'm wondering, will there be a comeback for Dream Witch? Because she is still a tie hunter. However, it does exhaust the hunter player a lot since the game is very long. So I do hope we see a lot more Dream Witch, maybe, so that we can compare her to the Ivy. And why not a wax artist come back for round 3?
You do. If I see a wax artist come back in round 3, I'm going to be so happy. You're going to see me fanboying a lot, Gummy, and also the viewers. Y'all are gonna be seeing me fanboy a lot. So prepare your ears. So he's just so cool, man. But anyways, my fanboying aside, Dream Witch I think is I think you bring up a very good point with Dream Witch. The fact that it exhausts the hunter kind of like mentally as well, because I mean these games can be very tiring, especially in such high stakes. So we have to remember it's not just about the characters, but it's also about the players behind the screen. So if one player gets quite tired and quite exhausted, then it can be quite hard for them to focus up and make a comeback, even though there might be some rotations and swappings with the hunter team and the survivor team. That my point still stands, that even when as the game goes on, everyone gets more tired, and then the teamwork and cohesion that you could see in the first round, the BO1, it might to break down in the BO3.
Yeah, and so since the hunters do get exhausted, we have seen a few other teams that have hunter rotation. So they would have a first hunter player, and then they would have a second hunter for the next rounds. And it looks like we will be able to see the picks of the survivors and hunters of 4 Apocalypse Warriors. Would you like to introduce them?
Yes, so we are going to be seeing, as you mentioned, the players for 4 Apocalypse Warriors. We got Nikki, Oxygen, Xian, ZC, Potato on the survivor side, and we got Abel, and one more that I was not able to read in time, unfortunately. So I'm so sorry, my eyes are not that fast. I must be getting up there in age. Did you catch that, Gummy?
Oh, the only hunter that I caught was they do have an Ivy main, so that is exciting for me to watch. But it's also, I did watch a few tournaments, and can you introduce Write Your Story for us?
Yes. Yes, I will. Thank you, Gummy. So we do got Ira, PO, Kuma, Kai-san, Kawaii, and Bull on the side of the survivors, and then Yaga, Kimi, and Topsui on the side of the hunters. We got a BQ, which from Yaga Kimi, which you did mention as being going to be kind of not necessarily rare, but you did say that she did get quite a few nerfs and we're less likely to be seen. So I do wonder what the plan for this player will be, whether they are actually going to pull out the Bloody Queen or not.
Yeah, she still, as long as you don't miss any of your mirrors, she will guarantee a tie for the side of the hunters. So if there is a situation in which the hunters want to get a tie, yes, BQ will be very useful. And it looks like EMP hunters and survivors. We have Mariant, Zhao Khan, Moby, Glucose, Skyfall, and GT. We have the Wildling, Ford, Galatea, Wax Artist. We have the Wax Artist, the First Officer, and Seer.
Ooh,
what are your
quite
thoughts about the Wax Artist?
Heavy. Okay, well, if I talk about the Wax Artist, we're gonna be here for ages and ages and ages. So to put it briefly, my boy, he's getting some of his screen time. Finally, he's so, like you mentioned, he's not just extremely awesome just to watch in action, but it's also quite meta because he does have, like you mentioned, that full presence ability, which is going to be quite scary, especially if in the late game they let him get that full presence, and then he's going to have a lot of control and he's going to have so much options to play, like different strategies he could play at his disposal once he gets that full presence, because it's very powerful. But I see on the side of the survivors that they had quite a number of rescuers. I believe it was the Seer and then Wildling, Forward, First Officer. So 3 rescuer mains, which is going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, because the current meta right now is mostly focused around trying to Cypher Rush the hunters while also trying to support and harass the hunter. Support your teammates and harass the hunter. You wouldn't want to support the hunter as a survivor, now would you?
Yeah. The survivors and the hunter picks that we did see on the screen are a little different from the actual characters that they did choose during the preliminary rounds. So we just have to keep that in mind. They did use the patient 3 times and wildling 3 times. So that means that they most likely have a patient main. I'm talking about EMP, the team survivors. So it looks like they have a patient main because he was used 3 times, and they have a wildling main. So those are some other survivor characters that we could be expecting. And the hunter did show that they play Galatea, the sculptor, but we actually had Glucose playing opera singer as well. So they definitely have hunters that are going to be playing the meta. So we can look forward to that as well.
Yeah, but I don't think Sculptor. Well, Sculptor did definitely used to be part of the meta, right? Especially with her full presence, much like how we talked about Wax Artist right now. The current state of Sculptor is that she is much, much, much more nerfed compared to her back in the good old days, as they say, when her full presence was essentially just like a sniper. As soon as she got her full presence, she would just put down 2 different statues, and then you would take an instant chip damage because it was very fast and it was very accurate and it was hard to outrun. Am I right?
Yeah, and the full presence sculptor was incredibly scary with the 3 statues going at you. It was almost impossible to save, and you had to always kite around an open area. But if you're in an open area, like how do you use the window vaults, pallets? It's incredibly challenging because the statue aims are very good. So going against throwing down pallets is very challenging. And it looks like we will be starting round 1 first half, and it looks like the EMP will be on the hunter side and A Write Your Story will be on the survivor side.
So we do see that Glucose from EMP is on the hunters, as you mentioned. Uh, they've instantly locked in the Gardener on the side of A Write Your Story on the Moonlit River Park. Quite an interesting choice. It does seem like they are definitely expecting the opera singer pick, right? Because I think, if I'm recalling correctly, Gardener is the top pick against an opera singer.
Yeah. Yeah, and it does look like the Seer and Aeroplanist ban has been chosen by Glucose. So they were able to secure the Gardener. So they are expecting the Hunter to go as the opera singer. They must have watched the preliminary rounds because definitely Glucose's opera singer did a fantastic job during those rounds.
Yeah. Glucose's opera singer is definitely not to be underestimated, which is one of the reasons why I think that A Write Your Story here is definitely just going to instantly lock in the Gardener because they are not playing around. And hey, did you look at that? The Wildling and the Patient. Very interesting picture, especially on the Moonlit River Park. Patient is an absolute menace. His utility on Moonlit River Park cannot be understated. If you have a patient on the first stop or the fourth stop, and he could just go round and round and round and round, especially at the last station at that one gate with his hooks, he can go round and round and round and round and just tie the hunter in loops forever. It is crazy to see it in action.
Yeah, definitely. So we have the survivor side completely trying to use all the survivors that counter opera singer. We see the gardener, as you mentioned before, and the patient. And the last survivor pick is the lucky guy. So we have been seeing lucky guy being picked a lot lately. So the one problem with lucky guy is if he is chased first, he only has 1 item and he won't have the luxury to search other chest box. So if I were to choose the opera singer, lucky guy will be my top priority for the first chase.
So you're saying that you would choose the lucky guy to chase first if you're the opera singer. So now let's say that I am in the minds of the survivors, then wouldn't it make sense to protect the lucky guy at all to try and give the lucky guy as best of a chance as possible and put him in the best kiting spots possible? Like So you know the standard Moonlit River Park spawns where you just have like one in
Mm-hmm.
each corner, and then you have so it's like the W formation, right? We
Mm-hmm.
have like
Yeah.
zigzag up down up down. I'm
Mm-hmm.
wondering if the lucky guy will be in the main building. We do see that Glucose has chosen the hunter. It's going to be the nightmare. Very, very, very interesting choice here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Has it been locked in though? Like, are we sure that he's gonna be playing the nightmare?
Ooh,
I
yeah,
think we should wait a little longer and make sure
mhm,
it's a character they actually lock in.
yeah.
This is
Gummies
very
in
surprising.
absolute Gummies in absolute disbelief. And honestly, I'd say that's kind of well founded, right? Because like Nightmare is
Uh-huh.
definitely not the kind of hunter that you would bring into competitive. Like I've seen A badged, S badged Nightmares, and honestly, I give them respect for being able to
Mhm.
tolerate the amount of just absolute trash that survivors just throw at them, especially in the higher ranks. So bringing that kind of a hunter to a tournament setting, it's just you gotta have some in you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It does look like they did change to the opera singer, so I am a little relieved because Night
Opera singer has chosen to be between the patient and the gardener in the bridge area. The lucky guy has taken the top right area. Oh, hello, Gummy. And he has taken the top right area and then the wildling on the other bridge on the other side, which makes sense because that is definitely the most dangerous area. So having the wildling be there makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The rescuer, the most reliable rescuer, will be spawning on the bridge so that if a survivor does go down, he will be able to transition, go closer for the rescue. So yeah, the middle wildling is very understandable, and thankfully the lucky guy was far away from the hunter. So we'll see if the opera singer will choose to chase the um, patient instead since he is
Mm,
closer.
yes, he will be closer, but like I mentioned before, I mean, like that kind of spot with a patient, especially, is an absolute menace, isn't he? Because he can just hook up to the platform from the bottom, and then the opera singer just has to go around and around and around and around, wasting a lot of time. But then on the other hand, you have the gardener in the double-story building with the bubble shield. So I think Glucose right now is caught between a rock and a hard place. But if you were in Glucose's shoes, what would you do?
Yeah, and it looks like we will be starting the game. She has spawned near working carousel, and it looks like she will be going after the patient bull who is already on fourth stop.
Yep, going after the patient at the first stop, and it seems like he is going to be using this classic patient kiting route, going down, slamming the pallet, and then immediately vaulting it. Glucose trying to catch up with the dashes, breaking the pallet immediately, and Bull actually using the hooks to get into this center area, but Glucose instantly catching up with the speed boost and then forcing another pallet drop, which is going to be broken instantly. Catching up to Bull and maybe getting a hit, and yes, getting that hit because he was not able to get to that pallet in time, unfortunately, and having to use his second hook to get up to the platform. And like I mentioned before, trying to waste Glucose's time as much as possible. Glucose trying to and end up setting up the warp teleport and getting a drop hit. Oh my god, very, very well played from Glucose there. Just patiently waiting for warp to come up and just getting him instantly with the down. That was very well played from the hunter.
Yeah, an extremely fast down on the side of the hunter. These cipher machines are very low, the highest cipher machine being at 74%, 41%, and 29%. So this is looking very good in the side of the hunter. That warp was amazing timing, perfect placement, and downing that patient right away. The patient does have one more hook, and we have the wildling already coming in for the save. And it he does take the hit, and he was able to, I believe, save before half using the hook and going around that wall, keeping a safe distance from the hunter.
Yes, and we do see that while in rescuing with Tide Turner and Bull trying to make as much distance as possible. However, Glucose going to put his dash on cooldown and Bull just running, running, running for his life. But it seems that he's caught in an open area and is not going to be able to make it away in time. It ends up going down. However, it is near this completed cipher here, but it's also at this bridge area. Actually going to be cheering on the bridge area, and it's kind of bad for the survivors right now because this trying to rescue from a spot like this is going to be kind of a nightmare, isn't it? Because it's so open.
Yeah, and Patient doesn't have any items left, so the rebound kite is looking almost impossible at this point. Since once he gets rescued, he needs to rotate into an area with a pallet or a window, but the furthest pallet will be caught by the Sangria will be able to catch up to Patient by the time he gets to that pallet. So I'm not sure if the survivors plan on saving this or will they just let him. It looks like he will be returning to the manor, and Sangria will be setting her sight on a new survivor. She does ignore the wildling, or either she's waiting for the boar to run out. It doesn't look like she's gonna go for the wildling, and it does look like she's going towards Kaisan Kawaii.
Yes, but however, we do see that. Oh, actually, no. Going back and trying to control the ciphers, it seems? Question mark? No. Well, yes, actually, going for Wildling here in the fourth station, but it's going to be quite tough because he is on the war. However, do keep in mind that he doesn't have HP, and Glucose does have the warp trait available. So, and actually, the board timer running out, meaning that he will be forced off the board and then going into this single pallet area and playing mind games with this pallet, managing to drop out the body Palestine and trying to play mind games here, and ends up teleporting back after he vaults and getting a hit. Very, very patient plays by Glucose here and getting Ira down next to the Cypher. It has quite a bit of progress, however, there are only 2 Cyphers remaining.
Yeah, this is the first time the wildling will be on chair. He is a second survivor, and it looks like there is someone already coming in for the save here. Got the save with Ty Turner. It was the gardener, but wildling will be taking a hit right away. So
yeah, that's really not going to be good for the survivors. However, and then the gardener taking another hit, but will Glucose now be able to get to the wildling? I don't think so. So it seems like Glucose is just going to be going instead for the gardener and forcing the wildling to heal up and possibly slow down the survivors. Titan time and actually getting the down on the gardener instantly now and carrying her right next to the tent area. We do see that on the other side of the map that Ira is going to be using the self-heal while Kuma the lucky guy comes over to rescue the guard. However, there are 2 ciphers remaining with one cipher being 99% and another being 36%. Chasing Kuma the lucky guy in this area here while he has self-heal and is going to go instantly for the hit on the lucky guy. However, he does have a flare gun available in his inventory, so will he use it for the rescue? Most likely it seems as he's going to use it, but will she see it? And she doesn't see it and she gets hit. Oh, but changing to excitement immediately, popping it and getting the hit on Kuma, no, but missing and actually getting the rescue off. Very well played by the lucky guy, getting him down unfortunately, but Gardener is able to get away and is going to be kiting here, popping the bubble shield and trying to block it as much as possible. And instead teleporting over and then waiting for it, but no, waiting a little too fast and then ends up hitting the bubble before it goes down. Instead going to the lucky guy and cheering him. This is an insane game for the survivors, Gummy.
yeah, the first time for the lucky guy to be chaired. 3 cipher machines completed, 1 cipher machine primed, and it is the wildling that is trying to prime up that last cipher machine. Did get the save onto the lucky guy, and the survivors are all injured and trying to stay alive, and it looks like the hunter is changing targets and she's going towards the wildling. Wildling already noticing this, did already get onto his boar, and the last cipher machine is at 78%, so somehow the survivors need to be careful. They was able to avoid that hit and prime up this last cipher.
Yes, however, we do see that Glucose is really trying to spread herself thin right now because she cannot be in 2 places at once. She cannot both interrupt the healing of the gardener and also trying to interrupt the decoding of the wildling. And wildling going to be kiting here in this area. This pilot here going to be broken after Iro stands down and trying to transition away but cannot make it unfortunately. However, this is going to be the wildling's second chair, I believe. But that cipher is really close to being primed and they are starting another one. And accelerated decoding is in place, so the decoding time is going to be really fast.
Yeah, and they were able to get the heal off to the gardener, so the gardener can come for the save, and she is waiting in the area. The hunter doesn't look, yeah, it does look like she will be able to get the, yeah, she'll be taking the hit and she will be getting the save onto the wildling. Wildling getting on the board right away, so the hunter does have to chase the gardener instead.
Yes, chasing the gardener instead and transitioning away from the site is a very good move and getting The ball shield instantly very well played from Kaisan here, and having to swap back over to the lucky guy potentially because he is on half HP, but no, instead trying to cut off Kaisan. Oh, he might decide to really close to being primed and getting Kaisan. Oh, the terror shock! Very, very well played from Lucas here, but not gonna be chairing actually. But he has to be careful because the Cypher is gonna be primed real soon. It's 90% gummy.
Yeah, it will be primed by the time she makes it to the Cypher, so she will be chairing the Gardener instead. She got her up just at 99%, so this could have been a very close call. And we have the Wildling already coming in for the save. Hunter drops down the Gardener. The Cypher machines are primed. He'll be taking the hit, and the Cypher machine will be popped.
Oh, the Gardener does not have borrowed time, so she's unfortunately not going to be able to get up, and with the detention, it means that the rescue is going to be very hard to impossible. And right now, this is the first half, which means that Writer's Story really does not want to go into the next half or the next rounds with a deficit. So it does seem to be ideal if they would get a draw in this situation. Don't you agree?
Yeah, definitely, but the survivors have to make it to the other side of the map, which is taking such a long time. The exit gates have just started. Only one survivor is on that. It's the lucky guy is on that exit gate, and it looks like the Wildling is possibly going for a backdoor save, and no, she did expire, so I'm not sure where the Wildling is currently located.
But it does seem like he is headed to the other side of the gate, and Kuma here going to be trying to kite Glucose as best as possible in this area. He does have the but never mind, going to be slamming that pallet and getting hit through it, unfortunately for Kuma, and Glucose going to be getting a 3 survivor elimination as Ira is on the other side decoding that gate as fast as possible. And since Glucose has already used his trump card, means that he can't switch over to teleport, so he's definitely not going to be able to get in time, and ending this match in 1 survivor escape for a Writer Story and an EMP getting a 3 survivor elimination. Very well played on both sides.
Yeah, a very good job on the side of Glucose and eliminating 3 survivors. That last the last cipher was very exciting because it was primed, but the Gardener didn't have borrowed time. So I feel like maybe if only the Gardener had borrowed time, this could have been a 2-man escape, but that was very crucial in this case, and the opera singer got very lucky in being able to down that Gardener and getting her eliminated.
Yeah, that was certainly a very, very, very close call for the upper singer. Just like 1 persona trait difference, making all the difference in this match. It would have been a completely different match had they chosen another trait, persona trait, which is very, very interesting because all of that mileage out of that mechanics doll he got there, didn't he?
Yeah, and if we look at the stats, we have Lucky Guy had 300% decoding, so he did have the most decoding, and the Gardener had the most kiting time, and very close to the Wildling, but the opera singer did continuously leave the Wildling while he was on board, and by the time she assumed that the boar will run out, she actually returned to the Wildling quite a couple of times. So that's why I believe the Wildling and Gardener had the most containment time, and quite unfortunate for the patient, he did go down the fastest with that warp ability being newly utilized, so his kite was only around 58%. So really amazing job on the side of the opera singer getting that down the patient very early on.
Yeah, that was like, oh my gosh, when I just like saw that patient just trying to play that game, it's like, oh, where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna go? And then opera singer was just like, ha, you thought, and then just immediately warped it right next to the patient, and you can really tell that the patient thought that the opera singer was going to bring Blink the way that he was playing around that area, because traditionally opera singers do bring Blink, but with this new warp not persona trait, this new warp trait being brought into tournaments and stuff, it's going to be really interesting to see how it continues to be used in situations like this, because it's just so interesting to see that kind of a play.
Yeah, so great utilization of warp. We do want to see more of that in the future, and I feel like a lot of the hunters will be bringing warp as their first trait, since we weren't able to see the traits of the hunter when the survivors and hunters were picking their characters. I believe it was a surprise to both of us when she did use that warp trait, and the excellent placement, as I mentioned before, was exceptionally good. Um, on the side of these survivors, what could have gone a little differently? She spawned right in between the gardener and patient, which were very good counters to opera singer, but the patient went down incredibly fast, and the gardener did do an amazing job with the timing of her bubbles. She was able to block a lot of the attacks, so the gardener did a great job with containing the hunter. But I believe the being chaired near the last cipher and having to start a completely new cipher was incredibly big on the side of the survivors.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. For those of the people who are new to the stream, I am BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Gummy. We just witnessed the EMP Hunter versus A Writer Story Survivors in the BO1 first half, which ended in a 3-1 with the survivor one survivor escape. So it's going to be it's going to be interesting to see how A Writer Stories Hunter is going to be playing in the next half, because now he has to try and match this 3 survivor elimination in order to get into the BO2 with a equal number of points. And if he doesn't, if he gets like a draw or even like a 3 survivor escape, then it's going to be really bad for his team, because then they're going to go into the next BO2 with a points deficit. It's going to be really, really bad. So I'm wondering if they're going to try and play a little bit more risky, or if they're going to play safe, try and get maybe at least a draw, and then try and bring it up in the BO2 maybe.
Yeah, if I had any advice to give, I would advise on potentially picking the Ivy, because the Ivy will ensure 3-man or 4-man elimination, but we'll have to see if the Hunter does play that character. However, from what we've been seeing so far, we do expect the Hunter to also play the opera singer. Um, yeah, and the survivor picks will be similar. They do have, like I mentioned before, they do have the patient and wildling mains. So I feel like the survivor picks may be similar to A Write Your Story.
That is very true. I just love how you're just any time a hunter, like I ask you the question, what hunter should they pick? Your first choice is always just Ivy. Ivy the Shadow. Ivy the Shadow. She is the top. She will solve all your problems. You know, like you loose. Like you ever have like itchy back? Ivy will scratch it for you. You have like you need some cooking that needs to be done. Ivy will help you with it. Any problems you have, Ivy will solve it. I just love that about you. Honestly, that's just we got a peak Ivy simp right here. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they have to use Ivy as much as possible before they get these cooldowns on her, because at the moment she doesn't have any cooldowns. So when she changes from her ghost form back and forth, she doesn't have any cooldowns. When she teleports, she doesn't have any cooldowns, other than the fact that she can't teleport to the same tablet. It does have a cooldown there, and the only other cooldown is the scare, but that's separate from the main body and the ghost body. So yeah, I just don't see any survivor really countering Ivy at this point. So that is my only suggestion.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, let's say that they do pick the Ivy. In that case, okay, you did say that there are no like hard survivor counters. Then what should the survivors do in that case if the hunter does pick Ivy? Or if they're expecting an Ivy pick rather, what should the survivors do?
The survivors can pray. Yeah, I'm not sure, because a lot of the only stunner that is in meta right now is the antiquarian, so she may be able to be useful against the Ivy, but you have to stun the hunter without looking at her, because then you'll have increased corruption. So how do you deal with a hunter that you can't look at? And then you also have to predict where the ghost will be. And it looks like we will be going for round 1, second half. And the hunter
Yep.
on A Write Your Story and the survivors of EMP.
Yep, so we do see that we got Zhao Kahn, Skyfall, Marant, and GT3 on side of the survivors with top going up against top 3 of Write Your Story. So again on the Moonlit River Park, because it is in the same round. So I'm really wondering if it's going to be banning a maybe like what kind of survivors top 3 plans on banning, if he's going to learn from Glucose, any of Glucose's shortcomings, if any, because we did see that there was the patient which historically has been just like the most annoying guy on Moonlit, but just like with the instant 1-2 combo with the warp on the fourth station with from the Sangria, we do see that now he is not unbeatable in that area. So I do wonder who top 3 is going to ban, and it does seem like it is going to be the Priestess and the Seer, and EMP immediately locking in the Gardener and Patient, similar to how it was before. So it does seem like they're going to be expecting the opera singer pick, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the third survivor that the hunter has banned is the mercenary. So they are down 1 meta rescuer. They'll have to choose. Oh, and we'll see a similar lineup. They have chosen the wildling as their rescuer. And we had the lucky guy as the 4th pick in the previous match. Do you expect to have a lucky guy for GT3?
I mean, hey, if listen, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, they did only get 1 survivor out last time, but I attribute that mainly to the patient's somewhat lacking kite in the first half, because he was that one down at the fourth station meant that all of his advantages at that place was gone, and he was going to struggle to try and climb back up in terms of his kiting time. So I think that if EMP survivors can try and do that but better, then they're definitely going to get out with a much better result than A Write Your Story survivors, especially if they're going to be going for the same team. But no, instead going for the Antiquarian. Like you mentioned, Antiquarian being the most meta stunner as of the current day. So that combined with the Wildling kind of seems to imply that they're going for a bit more of a support harassing team, with only having one person decoding and then the other person being the kiter. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that is correct. And this choosing the antiquarian is especially good for countering the opera singer, since once you do get the save, you can harass, and that gives the survivor time to transition away. And in the last game, we saw that the patient kept dying in the same area, and a lot of the survivors were chaired near that exit gate, and they couldn't get that last survivor primed. So if we have a harasser character, it does give the opportunity for the survivors to transition away from that cipher machine, and then they'll be able to either die at a far away cipher, or they will be able to lengthen their kite after they get rescued. So antiquarian pick does seem like a good idea. We have the hunter pick as BQ, but it hasn't been locked in like last time. I think we're just having a little bit more fun with the picks.
Got me here having flashbacks to the nightmare pick. It really was kind of a nightmare pick. I'm not gonna lie.
It was
Quite humorous. That was quite the nightmare. I'm not gonna lie, if you catch my drift. But honestly, BQ on the Moonlit River Park is it's quite the interesting choice. If it was to be the pick, I should say. But it does seem like it is actually going to be the pick. We do see quite a few different spawn locations. You see that Skyfall is actually, the Wildling is actually in that middle left side area instead, with Xiao Kahn, the patient taking the top, Marant in the double story, and GT at the first station, and then the Hunter, Bloody Queen top 3 taking between Xiao Kahn and Skyfall. So definitely Xiao Kahn is going to be the first chase, no?
Yeah, because you don't want to chase the wildling. The wildling does have a very long time on the board when he uses it for the first time. So most likely the patient, as you've mentioned, will be the first chase. And it looks like we'll be starting the game very, very soon.
So we do see that Skyfall's patient has been used quite a bit before in previous tournaments. So I'm wondering how his kite will fare against the Bloody Queen, especially because with a Bloody Queen, you can kind of bait out a hook and then use your mirror to try and immediately cut him off in his kiting area, because getting the distance means nothing if the Bloody Queen can just instantly mirror over to your position, right?
Right, so what I've heard a lot of people say is you have to always trade a mirror for an item. Every time Bloody Queen does mirror, he has to avoid it with an item and he can't give a hit. And that way they can secure a tie. But since BQ is a tie hunter, I'm wondering why they would choose Bloody Queen, since they do have to get a 3-man elimination on the side of A Write Your Story. Do they have lots of confidence in their BQ? They trust their hunter to get that 3-man elimination, or do you think they have a different plan in mind?
I think that the plan right now from A Write Your Story is to try and get the draw, as mentioned, because Bloody Queen is very draw hunter. So try and get the draw and then see how it goes in the BO2. So going right into the match, you do see that, yep, going into Zhao Kan, he's already dropped that pallet, and dropping the other pallet instantly, and trying to go in for the charge tag, but it's not hitting. Trying to vault that pallet, instantly going for the mirror, trying to get a hit, and actually managing to hook away successfully. However, top 3 crew really quickly catching up and perhaps getting another hit, but missing, unfortunately. Zhao running for his life right now and getting the last minute swap as well. Very well. And will he get the hit? Yes, he will get the hit before he could launch the hook. However, we do see that he does have broken windows. So he could potentially try and find another place to vault and then actually taking the slide here to try and get away over to Maran, who could potentially help to harass and trying to get the hit, hooking away successfully, and instead just going to be forgetting about Zhao Kan and going for Maran instead, getting a second hit. This is going to be really bad for the Survivor team because now they have an injured Survivor and then another injured Survivor, but instead not going to be going for the anti-Queen and instead changing over to Zhao Kan. But the Cypher progress is looking somewhat decent so far, so top 3 has to get the patient down as soon as possible, otherwise she's gonna deal with some really bad Cypher rush.
Yeah, and it does look like he is in the first stop. He will be using his hook, and he will be able to avoid that mirror. Hunter is chasing him close behind with that mirror. She will be switching once the mirror does run out so that she can get a second hit onto the patient. Patient trying to stay alive here does have some pallets to work with, and it looks like he was able to drop that pallet in time, and the two sides. Oh, what a blink hit!
Ooh, the wonderful blade from top 3. Especially you can see like the hesitation trying to trying to go in for Marant over there because he's 1 HP. He has to be very, very careful not to get hit. Oh, thankfully for the survivors, not going to be getting hit, which means that Marant is going to be available and able to decode, especially because they have quite a lot of decoding progress already. 2.5 ciphers down, 2.5 left at the first chair. So how do you think this match is going to go as of right now?
Yeah, the patient did use up all his hooks, so he... She did not get a hit onto the anti-Korean quite yet, and it does look like a survivor. The Gardener is coming in for the save, but the anti-Korean has to be careful not to give a free mirror hit to the Hunter, she will be going down. And it looks like she has noticed that the Gardener is coming in for the save. She will use her bubble, but she got a normal hit. The bubble didn't form fast enough, and she did get a save onto the patient with Ty Turner.
Oh, but you can see that Zhao Kan actually trying to play the mind games around here, but actually managed to get away, but not really, because getting a hit on the patient, because that one pallet area is really, really hard to play around. It's just really hard to play around that one pallet area, especially because he does not have any items or hooks left. He only has his broken windows trait to try and help him escape, but it's going to be really hard because it's only speed boost, and Bloody can just mirror out the speed boost and get to the destination. However, Wildling coming in here with the rescue, trying to harass the ciphers as well from top 3, trying to get G3 down and not getting the hit fortunately, but just trying to harass and make sure that they're not getting as much equipment as possible. Skyfall just hanging around here, making sure that no hits happen on the Gardener, and if they do that, it will be a free rescue on Shao Kahn. But getting a regular hit, trying to bait out the Terror Shock, but not getting it, and then instead of blocking the pallets, going to try and play around this area, but he has to try and body block as best as possible, but failing the pallets and then actually getting a normal hit. However, Tide Tuner is not over yet, which means that they're not going to be able to get into the roller coaster, but trying to play around this area, it's going to be quite hard. Just trying to wait for Skyfall to drop down so that he doesn't get another free body block. Everyone is injured, but the Cypher's almost done. Oh, it's very, very close, and Blink is almost up again. It's going to be really, really close here.
Yeah, Patient doing an amazing job avoiding the angles of the mirror. Blink and will be not getting the hit. And oh, he will be getting the hit onto the Patient. This is the last time the Patient will be chaired since he will be returning to the matter. If he just survived a little longer, the Cypher Machines would have been primed and the Cypher Machines have been popped, and this is the end game. The Wildling is in the area, but he has already got onto his boar, so the Hunter is choosing to go away, but she's continuously looking back at the Wildling, so she may choose to return at any moment.
Yes, it does seem that that is the plan. You're trying to bait him out into getting off the board and trying to decode that gate, but instead the Skyfall is not actually falling for it and is staying on the board, and it seems that Topsy is going to be staying in the area, trying to be going for the Wildling. They're going to be really hard, however, he does have retention, which means that it's a single hit on the board instead of the regular 2, and actually popping the mirror here to try and get a hit, and actually getting that hit really, really well. But the dungeon is here, which means that Skyfall has to kite a long time, but unfortunately not being able to. So it does seem that the most likely outcome for this game is going to be a draw with Patient and Wildling being eliminated in Antiquarian and Gardener at the open gate already. It seems that they are just going to escape, leaving this in a 2-2 with a draw for both sides.
Yeah, and so that means that this is a win for the first round, since they were supposed to eliminate, the Bloody Queen was supposed to eliminate 3 survivors in order to tie this round, but she was only able to eliminate 2. So, yeah. Good job on the side of the survivors, really staying alive. I would like to say that the Patient did such an amazing job. I was explaining it, and then she got the blink. She did the blink, so I wasn't able to finish my train of thought. But the Patient did an amazing job between those objects, really avoiding the angle of the mirror. So the Bloody Queen switched places to try and re-angle herself and try to get the hit onto that Patient. And it looks like we will have our data. We have obviously the Patient did have the most kiting time, 130 seconds against the BQ. We had the Antiquarian with the most decoding. She was interrupted in her decoding quite a lot with the BQ mirror, but she was able to get a lot of decoding done. And it looks like the Wildling also supported quite a lot, so he also had a lot of Hunter containment time.
Yeah, and we look at the decoding time as well. It was pretty well spread. We got at least 100% from all 3 of these survivors here, and then like almost 150 from the Wildling, and then over 150 for like the other 2 survivors. And I think that the main cause of this is that actually that the early game kite, because if you notice, I think the first survivor, the Patient, went down and was put onto the first chair. 2.5 ciphers were done already, which is that despite the fact that Marant got injured, Marant the Antiquarian got injured on the cipher, and there was a lot of cipher harassing throughout the game, it was just barely enough to only get a draw. I do think that if Topsui had gotten in earlier down, combined with all of that cipher harassing with the mirror we saw while she was camping the chair, I think that then that would have possibly been enough to get a 3 elimination maybe. Because, I mean, you cannot deny that was some top-notch cipher harassing. Like, it was very hard to get any cipher progress done with how she was just chasing around the Antiquarian and guard off those ciphers.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like one of the reasons the Hunter did end up choosing the Bloody Queen is she does counter the Antiquarian, and as you saw during the match, Antiquarian wasn't able to land a single stun on the Hunter, and the Hunter kept harassing her with the mirrors and only the mirrors. She never used her main body to harass the Antiquarian, and so during the beginning of the match, it was incredibly hard for the Antiquarian to pop that middle cipher machine. So in that way, BQ was a very good choice, but the Patient just did such an amazing kite, and it's especially more impressive since he had the rebound kite with no items left. And during that time, the last Cypher machine was primed. So if there's an MVP, I would like to nominate the patient at this time.
Yeah, that patient really managed to stall a lot of time, especially during that early game fight. That was just awesome. The amount of time that was stalled out during that early game fight. There were so many times when I thought, okay, this is gonna be the hit that gets him down. No, this is the hit that doesn't get him down. No, this is the hit that's gonna get him down. And it just never was, because the patient was just doing a really good job trying to maintain the proper distance and using his abilities correctly, using all of his hooks and his persona traits, the broken windows correctly. That was just amazing. I do think that I do second you on that one for the MVP of this match. But we will be seeing more of EMP versus A record story after this short break in the second round. Once again, I have been BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Gummy, and we'll see you again after this short break.
We gather here today with profound admiration and fond remembrance to honor the lives of those who perished as they returned from Okinos 25 years ago. They were pioneers of science and our dearest friends and family.
March 13th, I accepted my mission. Disguised as a collector, I boarded the exploratory vessel the Isambard. Here, a taxidermist who's obsessed with all marine life.
No pushing. Next!
A cartographer who believes in the visions her father witnessed firsthand at sea. But the strangest one of all is a wealthy sponsor who keeps himself out of the media. The truth behind the tragedy 25 years ago is anything but simple. The culprit is somewhere on this ship, hiding among us.
Our destination is clear, and the route is unchanged. I believe we will all find what we seek on this journey.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable.
Hi guys, I'm Lavie.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play identity video.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hang out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. Like, if it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light colored inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you are on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 Cypher Machine.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released, and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. This time, I stand with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is not being shown. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it glows in the dark. Don't let the storm cross your shadow. Don't let the thunder overtake you and after you. Stand just ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing on tomorrow. Set me through and dry these floating eyes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Grand Spectacle of the Southeast Asia Community Tournament, the IVA 2024 Summer Editions. We're absolutely ecstatic to have you all here tonight to witness the unveiling of our top 8 teams. After 4 intense days of thrilling match in the preliminary stage, the 6 teams have battled fiercely, and now we have our final 8 team here before us. As we enter the playoff stage, brace yourself for 6 days of electrifying competition spread over 2 action-packed weeks. This top team will be clashed in an epic battle of the ultimate victory crown. So who are these elite 8 teams that have made it to the playoff stage? To introduce our formidable contenders and set the stage for the excitement ahead, I now pass it over to our incredible caster. Caster, please.
Thank you for that awesome introduction. So we will be, for those of you who are new to the stream, I am BK Boy with Caster Gummy, and we just came back from a break after the excellent games in the BO1 from A Righteous Story versus EMP, also known as Emperor. So this will be the BO2, and right now I do believe will be 5 in the favor of EMP, which means that A Righteous Story will have 3 points, I do believe. So it's going to be a 2-point difference in the. So A Righteous Story really has to pull up in this round, otherwise they're going to really struggle in the BO3 if they make it there at all.
Yeah, and so if A Righteous Story loses the BO2, that means that they are out and there won't be a BO3. And is that correct?
Yes, I do believe that that is correct, which means that A Righteous Story has to pull, again, they have to pull something from out of the Magician's hat in order to pull in terms of points to try and get the advantage over EMP. So we do see that EMP has an advantage of 2 points, with A Righteous Story getting a draw in the second half, and then they mainly got 1 survivor out in the first half. So kind of struggle a bit here, but they still have time to pull it up in the second half. So in terms of the hunters, what kind of hunters do you expect to see? Aside from Ivy, okay, I know that's like the first hunter. You're gonna say, aside from Ivy, like what other hunters could we potentially expect from the 2 sides here?
Yeah, so in the preliminary rounds, A Righteous Story, other than Ivy, did play the Evil Reptilian, so that is a possible choice for A Righteous Story. And on the side of EMP, did play the Wax Artist. So, but these aren't exactly meta hunters, so we're not very sure what other hunters these can choose. But yeah.
But okay, I know you're kind of stepping on my toes a bit by saying that Wax Artist is not meta. I know that like he's not good. I know he's not like meta, but he's not bad per se. For those of you who are new to the stream, I was ranting and raving about how I love Wax Artist so much in before the first half. So hopefully we get to see more of him in the second half. We do see that Gardener and Patient have been picked as the global bans as they were the first two survivor picks in the first half. So we do see EMPs as her and an retro story as the hunters with Yaga Kimi as the hunter, and then we got Zhao Kahn, Skyfall, Maran, and GT3 for a rematch on the church instead.
Yeah, and these two survivors that the hunter has banned is the acrobat and the antiquarian. They're very extremely good kiters, acrobat especially on the red church, and antiquarian, as mentioned before, is a very good harasser. So the hunter doesn't want to deal with these two survivors, and so they will be banned for this second round.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting because Antiquarian kind of blocks the regular hits, which is good against regular hit hunters such as Opera Singer and Nightwatch, especially because those are your only methods of damaging the survivors, whereas other hunters such as Breaking Wheel, Bonbon, for example, those guys can damage you in ways that are not their normal / basic attack, which is good for Antiquarian. Antiquarian is still good against them, mind you. It's just that they're much less effective because they also have other means of attack. Whereas Acrobat, one of the main things is that he has the fire all abilities, which means that it's very, very devastating for a hunter like Breaking Beyond, who are especially reliant on their abilities. So Yagakimi banning these two right out the gate is kind of like is one of the more general picks, I feel like. Don't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. And since the survivors did choose Gardner in the first round, she is only basically a pick to counter Sangria. So the global ban Gardner doesn't seem like it'll be much of a for the side of the survivors. And the patient is a very good kiter. However, there are other picks that the survivors can choose. And this is our first time we will be seeing the puppeteer and the psychologist picks.
Ooh, very, very interesting. Okay. I know that puppeteer cannot be healed by other survivors. Does that include just whistle?
I'm not quite sure. From what I remember, I thought she's the only survivor that is able to heal the puppeteer. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't remember for some reason, but yeah, puppeteer, as long as the puppeteer can kite long enough, he can take up, as long as the puppeteer takes the first kite, he will be able to prolong the kite for quite some, since he can eat up a lot of hits. And there are very good kiting routes on the red church that the puppeteer can take advantage of. So if I was the hunter on the A Write Your Story side, I wouldn't want to chase puppeteer first. So we have a lot of survivor picks that have to take multiple hits. We have the psychologist and the puppeteer. So this is a very interesting pick for the side of the survivors. And they did choose their third survivor, the first officer, also one of the meta rescuers, since that pocket watch does eat up a lot of time, and the survivor can also save somewhat well with the pocket watch.
Yes, I definitely do agree. It's besides mercenary, actually, not even besides. I think that first officer is probably tied with mercenary for the most stable rescuer in the current meta because, like you mentioned, there's so much time wasted by the watch, especially around the chair. With mercenary, he saves a lot of time for the survivors because he can spend a little bit more time decoding and he can go in for a late rescue with his elbow pads and he can definitely kind of juke around the hunter, especially when he's going rescue, because hunters tend to rescuer before the chair can just zip past them with the elbow pad. And we do see that the last survivor, which that is the prospector. Kind of an interesting pick. He's a bit of a jack of all. He has no decoding debuff like first officer, so he's all right for decoding. he can be pretty good for kiting and supporting because of his magnets. And he does have that healing speed buff, which means that he's going to be quite good, especially in regards to the puppeteer and psychologist, which is so quite the interesting synergies that Team EMP has here.
Yeah, and on the side of the hunter, he also did end up banning the sand priestess. So seer can prolong a person's quite a long time because he can provide the owl, and he even if he is chased, he could possibly get us multiple owls. So seer can be quite pesky, and the priestess inside church can create lots of good portals, helpful for kiting and supporting survivors. So the two bands are very standable on the side of the hunter.
I think that the priestess support is even better considering the fact that in a tournament setting where the teams have practiced strategies, where we can expect to see that the teams have practiced different strategies a lot and over and over and over again to the point that they have it drilled in their heads. And the fact that they're in a VC with each other, which means that they can communicate very, very effectively, it makes the priestess even more deadly because they have that amount of coordination and teamwork, allowing the full utilization of the priestess portals. And we do see a retro story hunter has picked the evil reptilian Yoshino for the hunter. Very interesting, because I do believe that we did see this hunter being picked in the preliminary rounds.
Yeah, and it looks like the survivors have chosen their spawn points. We have the prospector in the middle, we have psychologist in shack, and we have the first officer near walls right under the hunter. So it looks like the hunter will have a hard time choosing a survivor to chase, since the first officer does have that pocket watch, is a rescuer, so he doesn't want to waste too much time on the first officer. The psychologist has to take up to 3 hits, so that could be very time consuming. The prospector has stuns, so also could possibly be a nuisance to the lizard, although he does have that jumping ability, so maybe he can avoid the magnets in some way. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, there's one specific interaction between the evil reptilian and the prospector that I like to point out, that being that he can get pulled even when by the magnet, even when he's speaking from first-hand experience here. Cough, cough, all those prospectors in rank, no grudge. But yes, it is very, very annoying because it does actually to the stun time if you're in the air, I do believe. So it's going to be kind of the tough game between Yagakimi and Marant. However, going against a psychologist may be a decent-ish option, because think about it like this: if he goes for the prospect puppeteer, if it does come down to that, then the psychologist has the stress, which is very, very useful when she does true healing, which is going to come in useful, especially in the mid game when there's lots of injured survivors everywhere. So I do think that extra health early on is probably going to psychologist with the double jump. Yes, the evil reptilian instantly going in for the double jump on the psychologist and instantly transitioning into church, with the prospector actually going around 8, it looks like, or maybe doubling back into the church. But coming in here for the kite in the graveyard. It's me trying to save the jumps, it seems, for a more crucial time. And you see that he has brought Keeper, which is going to be very, very useful for these tight kiting kind of areas. He does immediately slams that pallet down and he jumps all over it, and then manages to get a regular hit, maybe waiting out for the flywheel. Yep, waiting out for the flywheel, but ends up getting a regular hit on the psychologist, triggering her stress. So now 2 more hits to go, and she will be down and potentially on the chair. So it's going into the graveyard area, and now he does have 1 more keeper remaining. Drops it down to make sure that she doesn't go anywhere. Jumps over these areas, and then manages to get a really good hit around the corner there, unable to squeeze in the corner, which is very, very unfortunate for the psychologist here. Kiting back into this area, however, the kill remaining, and the jump is back, and then getting the slam instantly. This is going to be really devastating for this RFT, because I don't think they have enough Cypher Markets. It might be there later on, but right now it's going to be not quite there, I do think, right?
Yeah, we have the first survivor down, and we have one cipher machine completed. But by the time a survivor does come for the save, it does look like the 3 cipher machines will be completed. So, very wonderful kite on the side of psychologist was able to kite that 3 cipher machines, and the hunter is placing some peepers, making sure that he will know when there will be a survivor coming for the save, and the puppeteer is here for the save.
Yep, coming in here for the save and going to be going in for the puppet form and actually getting but getting the rescue and getting the instant hit with the tight turner. However, Yagakimi has to be careful now, because if the psychologist gets out of tight turner, she has a little sliver of stress that will help to heal her up to just under half HP. So he needs to get a hit now before tight turner expires, or she is going to survive. And unfortunately for these survivors, getting that hit on before the stress triggers. However, Maran, prospector here, coming in and actually managing to get the magnet in, but trying to trigger the magnet and manages to trigger the magnet, and it's going back to the psychologist. Being wary of the prospector because he can make quite the nuisance for it himself. And on the side of the puppeteer, he's going to be struggling quite a bit because he cannot get healed by the other survivors, and neither can he get healed by the psychologist because she's currently kiting on chair. However, if you look at the cipher progress, 1.5-ish ciphers remaining, so it's going to be quite good for the survivors in that area.
Yeah, and the psychologist was saved before half, so she will buy some more time on this chair. We do see Skyfall coming in for the save using his pocket watch, and he is still at a distance, but he can catch up and get to that cipher because he did use his item.
And using his item and getting hit out of the pocket watch, unfortunately, but it seems that he is not going to be distracted and instantly bolting it back towards the psychologist. However, she does not have fly with it, only has broken window, so he's not going to be able to dodge this hit incoming here from Yagakimi. So going down, it does seem that the psychologist is going to be going down. However, Marant in the area trying to go in for the last ditch effort save with the magnets, but Yagakimi sees him coming and tries to go in for him, and trying to wait out for maybe a flywheel, but no flywheel from Marant because he does have broken windows and gets the instant hit. However, please be careful, Yagakimi, because there's one cipher remaining and it has 77% progress, so you have to be really fast about this, otherwise it's going to be really bad for the hunter here. And getting another hit on the prospector, but again, the cipher progress, it's going to be really close. It's going to be really close. Going to be able to share the psychologist. However, just as the cipher is about to be primed, if only the prospector could stall a little bit more, then they might have been able to get with the phone game. But actually, coming in here with the man end game, but prospector being on half HP, we do see that he does have trump card and 3 peepers available, which means that if he does switch to teleport, he will be able to just instantly teleport to the other side of the gate.
Yeah, so Prospector trying to stay alive here as long as possible with that magnet. Did get the magnet on and the stun on the hunter while he was in his form. And it looked like the 2 survivors have escaped at this time. Where could the dungeon possibly blink and didn't get a hit onto the prospector? Prospector doing a very good job staying alive. Will he be able to make it to the exit gate or at least find the dungeon? He's throwing down another magnet.
It seems that he knows. It seems that he does know where the dungeon is because he's trying to play around this area, trying to get to the dungeon. But getting a really good magnet hit. With the wombo combo with the pallet slam. No, unfortunately not, because the recovery was too fast. But Yagakimi and maybe gonna catch up to Farrant here, and no, but not getting it. And seems that Farrant is actually gonna be getting over, and with a really big long stun there, going for the jump, trying to stop him before he gets to the dungeon, but Mark turning back. It does seem that it is going to be a war of attrition right now between these 2 players. The dungeon is open and it is right there. He just needs to vault this pallet and then speed boost it with the broken windows over to the dungeon, but no, he's not going to be able to get it. It seems that Yagakimi here just waiting for his cooldowns to come back potentially, but trying to wait for the energy, just playing as many mind games as possible here. It's going to really be a stalling game right now because Yagakimi cannot get 3 survivor to escape. He has to get this draw right now in order to try and maintain the points difference, because if he lets it get any worse, it's going to be really bad for a writer's story. He does have another magnet back, but he unfortunately misses it, and he's not going to be going in there. He knows that this target is really close to being standing there, just having a staring contest in front of slamming it down. He's just going to be playing around his pellets forever and ever and ever in this stalling game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he has to abandon that one magnet since the hunter is not taking the bait. He was able to avoid the hit. Was able to get the dungeon.
My god!
He dodged that last swing and will get right onto the dungeon escape.
was, oh my god, dude. I've seen some basketball plays, but never have I seen anyone got their ankles broken so much as this. This was insane. The broken windows vault over the pallet, speed boosting, and then juking him, pretending to go to the other pallet, and then just instead going over to the dungeon, being on with the swing, and then actually managing to get in. That was an insane play on the prospector, and it really did count because now I do believe that EMP is going to be having another 2 points difference. So going into the second half, 8-5 or 8-4, I do believe, which is going to be a huge difference. It's just going to be, this is an insane game. Oh my goodness, that was awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to announce and say, "Oh, this is looking like a two-man escape," but that one move at the end just changed the entire game. Wow! And if we look at the stats here, we do see that the prospector did get the most hunter containment time at that last area trying to get that dungeon escape. So he did have the most containment time for the ending of the game, but we did see the psychologist with the first kite and the hunter containment at 85%. We have the puppeteer had the most decoding at 200%. So really amazing job on the side of the survivors. We had the psychologist prolong the kite she prolonged the first kite for very long. She did have that stress ability, and we had the two rescuers save her with tide turners. So that really helped the Cypher progress get almost prime. There was 10% left of that last Cypher machine. So if the prospector could have somehow lengthened his kite before he went down, it was a possible 4-man endgame. But however, the last moves that the prospector made really saved the game, and this is extremely stressful for Right Your Story, because now they have to either try to get a 3-man escape and tie round 2, or they have to try to get a 4-man escape to win one of the rounds, so that there'll be less stress for the round 3.
Yeah, so I do, and I mean, to be honest, it's very, very rare that we do see a 4-survivor escape because of just how this game is. It's very, very rare to see a 4-survivor escape. So I think that most likely it'll be a 3-survivor escape, and even that would be a lot of stress and pressure on the 8 Right Your Story survivor teams. And I mean, EFP's Hunter, they could just play it safe. As long as they get a draw, then they're going to be cruising through this, because they just need to get at least a draw, and then they'll be out of this no problem.
Yeah, so the side of the EMP, they just need to find a hunter that can secure a draw for their team. And as mentioned before, EMT's other hunter is the wax artist. Do you think it's possible for the wax artist to secure a draw for the second round?
Do I ever think that my boy could handle something so simple as a draw? I think that is a resounding yes, because to be honest, Wax Artist, he's not the meta, but he's by no means bad either. He's quite decent, in fact. If you can get the proper line of sight, and if you're in the protecting areas, and the survivors are if you're in the proper situation, you can really excel. The only problem is that this right now is the red church, which has lots of high walls, lots of line of sight blocking, and lots of twists, turns, and corners, which is very bad for a wax artist because it's hard for him to get lots of long lines of sight on the opponents, the survivors, especially in the ruins areas like around the church. The only area that I can think of that would be good for wax artists would be the front gate with like all the benches and stuff that he can shoot over, and the yard where there's lots of long alleys and sidelines that he can really shoot his wax down. Those are going to be the 2 areas which excel, and I think that in most of the other areas it's going to be quite painful because the survivors can easily duck into cover, left, right, center. There's lots of pallets, lots of high walls that you can duck into cover into, and it's just going to be very painful for a wax artist.
Yeah, so you're suggesting that they don't choose the wax artist and choose a different hunter for this map. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, at least for this map. I would love to see my boy. Getting chosen, but just not for this map. This is one of his weaker maps, I do agree.
Yeah, so a few tie hunters that we could suggest is the Bonbon, like you mentioned before, the BQ, possibly a Hermit, And yeah, these are some. We did see also Night Watches being played. He's not as strong as he used to, but he could possibly secure a tie. But there are lots of walls and obstacles that could get in his way. So, um, maybe BQ or Bonbon could be one of the picks the hunter can choose.
I think that would be one of the picks. That and also the Hermit you mentioned is going to be a very, very interesting choice because Hermit is generally a kind of like the black horse pick of tournaments. It's very interesting to see how he will be played, especially in this kind of a scenario, because in that kind of a situation, it's going to in this kind of situation they need to get a draw, and the Hermit is why don't you explain it to the audience? Whether Hermit is a draw hunter or a very risky kind of thing.
Well, Hermit is going up in the ranks since he does have that Cypher slowing down ability, and it looks like we will be going to round 2 second half. We have Glucose on the side of the Hunters, and we will be playing on Red Church, and we have the A Write Your Story Survivors, and the global bans are the Gardener and Wildling that we were seeing in the previous game against the opera singer. And like I mentioned before, the Gardener is only useful to counter opera singer, so it's not too big of a problem for the survivors since she won't be used after that. And the wildling is a rescue, but there are plenty of other rescuers that can be chosen instead of the wildlings, so doesn't seem like it will be too detrimental to the side of the survivors. And the survivors haven't quite picked their band for the hunter, but we can most likely expect the opera singer since that's what the previous team also chose.
Yeah, opera singer band past round 1 is definitely like the go-to. I'm sure we've all seen it, right? You, me, is it you, me, the audience, everyone watching? We've all seen it. The band, the opera singer after round 1. For those of you who are new in the audience, by the way, I am your caster BK Boyro with my co-caster Gum here. This is going to be EMP versus A Righteous Story in the second half, and we will be seeing that opera singer band that I just talked about. However, Glucose's band on the side of the survivors is going to be quite interesting. We got the Priestess, which, as mentioned before, quite deadly, especially in this kind of a tournament setting, and the Cheerleader, which is very interesting because we have seen quite a number of cheerleaders who have made flash in the meta recently. It's very, very interesting to see how they're going to be played.
Yeah, and on the side of the survivors, we see the mercenary pick and the etymologist pick. We always see a lot of mercenaries because he is the most stable rescuer. He can take a terror shock and he can still rescue, and he has that delayed damage effect. So a very stable, wonderful pick for the side of the survivors. And we have the etymologist who can use her bees to really kite around tight areas, and it's very hard for the hunter to down this etymologist very early on in the game. And she can also use her bees to support. So she can, if the survivors go to a tight area, she can have her bees prepared in advance. So that could be very useful in prolonging another survivor's kite. And on the side, we have the Seer ban as the third ban for the hunter, and the third pick for the survivors will be the Antiquarian, a very good harasser that can kite long, but also support a lot. But we did see in the previous round that the hunter did choose BQ, so in order to try to counter the antiquarian. So we could see a very variety of hunter picks for Glucose.
Yeah. Okay. This team comp, right? Mercenary and Antiquarian. One hunter that really comes to mind to try and counter these guys is Bon Bon, because you can use a bomb to try and chip down the mercenary, and then you can terror shock, or you could even just get like a chip, a regular hit, and then he can take another regular hit, and then he's down instantly. No more delayed damage. The Ento's bees only really work. They're really vulnerable to the bombs, and the Antiquarian can only disable his regular attack, but not his, which is a big source of where his damage comes from. So I do think that, especially because Bonbon is kind of a safer draw tie pick, which is what he really needs right now. It seems like they're just begging him to use a Bonbon, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, she can also use her sticks to disarm the bombs and get rid of the bombs. So, um, yeah,
Oh,
definitely. And it looks like their third pick will be the acrobat. Acrobat is very good at vaulting these windows in church using his bombs. He can go and rotate into other good areas using his bombs. So a very good kiter on the side of the survivor's pick. And the fourth survivor that the hunter did end up banning was the female dancer, which is kind of interesting. I guess her music boxes can slow down the hunter quite a lot when she's transitioning. And looks like the hunter has chosen Axe Boy for this
ooh,
round.
very, very interesting. I have not seen an Axe Boy in competitive tournaments in a hot minute. This is going to be very, very interesting to see because I joined. Okay, backstory. I joined IDV around
Hmm.
season 16, Breaking Wheel season. So at that time, it was mostly Breaking Wheel and Sea Sculptor who were the meta. Okay, never mind. Not an Axe Boy, but you're getting your wish, Sigami. It's gonna be an Ivy. So we're gonna be seeing how this glucose person be playing the Ivy. It's gonna be very, very interesting to see how this does. I mean, are there any countermeasures that this survivor team can deploy in the Ivy?
There are no countermeasures. No, I'm just kidding. Um, well, they have to try and prolong the kite as much as possible before Ivy gets full presence. Because if Ivy gets full presence, she has that teleport ability and the corruption, automatic 40% corruption onto the survivor. So what the survivors have to do is prolong the first kite as much as possible, and the antiquarian has to support the survivor kiting. And so entomologist, antiquarian, they all have to make sure this last survivor can prolong the kite much as possible. And it
And
looks like
going
we
into
will be
the
getting
spawn loads, we do
go
see that
ahead.
the Antiquarian was on the we do see that the Antiquarian was on the right side, with the entomologist in the middle, acrobat in the shack, and then the mercenary on the left. And then Ivy Glucose was at the bottom, so the closest survivor would be the entomologist. However, with the Antiquarian relatively close by, and then with a easy transition to the shack area, which is a decent-ish kiting spot, as well as the acrobat potentially coming in with like a single bomb support, it might be quite hard for Glucose to get a first chase. However, you did mention that insolence with detention and the fast pallet breaking, instantly going out with the ghost to try and scout out the mercenary instead, putting on a tablet at his location and then spawning in the ghost again at the church area. Very, very interesting plays here, as well as going to be going for I believe that's the entomologist at the back there.
Yeah, it looks like she will be infecting the entomologist and she will be bringing the ghost back. It doesn't look like she does look like she wants to chase the entomologist. I believe she's trying to get a scare onto the entomologist. Will be able to get that scare on the entomologist. Entomologist 62% corruption, and the main body is coming to get another hit onto the entomologist. The entomologist has to be very careful to avoid Hunter's face, and it looks like she got 100% corruption.
Ooh, that was a really, really good play. Just making sure that she could get around that corner in time with that option and luring her towards her instead. That was very, very well played. So now getting a really good hit there and forcing out the beast to quickly transition away to the shack area, it seems. But with the ghost coming out here with a haunting here and instantly going to be teleporting over to the tablet instantly and catching up to the Ento very, very easily. And but missing the blink, unfortunately, missing the blink into the window. That's going to really, really hurt Glucose here because it's going to lose a lot of time. And also because now that this time has been lost, these ciphers are getting done left, right, center. We got 4 ciphers remaining, and 2 more are almost 3/4 done. Seems like Glucose is. Oh, has Glucose lost the entomologist? It seems that her trail is really, really working in favor. But oh no, getting a look onto the entomologist. But no, actually going to be switching over to the antiquarian. No, it seems they're going to be looking around even more for the entomologist, but looking in the wrong area, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like she's lost track of where the entomologist is. and she's having a very hard time finding her. She is using her ghost to come and look for the entomologist, and she is going towards the right direction at reception, and it looks like she has found the entomologist once again. And she will most likely be using the scare, and she will be infecting and teleporting right away to the entomologist. Entomologist using her beast to transition away from that stone tablet, trying to make sure that the hunter has good distance away from her. And the ghost is going at for a different survivor. It looks like she's trying to pressure some of the ciphers, meanwhile going after this entomologist.
Yes, it seems that trying to multitask as much cipher progress slowed down as also chasing this entomologist, because this first kite is really not looking good for Glucose, as there are 3 ciphers down, 2 ciphers remaining, almost 1.5 ciphers remaining, and Kawa and Kai-san Kawai has not been put on the chair once. However, going to be going in and instantly getting the fear level over to 100 and her down instantly. This is going to be the first chair quite late into the game, unfortunately, but it's going to wonder if the Shadow is going to be able to pull it back, but it's quite tight because there is a lot of cipher progress already done.
Yeah, and it looks like the 4th cipher machine will be completed by the survivor comes for this save. That means the hunter has to proactively stop the last cipher machine from being decoded. She did infect the acrobat, I believe, and she pulled the ghost back, trying to get a scare onto the survivor. Everything is happening very fast.
Yeah, everything's happening very fast. We have the mercy. Oh, with the terror shock! Holy! That was a really, really good reaction. That's like Glucose there. But with the terror shock, it means that it is the mercenary, so he's still going to be able to get the rescue off. And 1 cipher remaining. It seems that he's just going to the entomologist and instead going to go straight over to the acrobat, trying to stop that cipher from being done. However, the entomologist is also decoding another cipher in the church, it seems, and both of them have really, really high amounts of progress. It's going to be quite a struggle to try and prevent both of these ciphers from being primed at once, and it'd be that we're going into a 4-man endgame, because this cipher is actually already prime. Ivy here scouting around looking for the entomologist, perhaps.
Yeah, but the cipher machine's already primed, so even if this entomologist does go down, they can just pop the last cipher and enter the endgame with 4 survivors available. So this is looking incredibly good for the side of the survivors. Infected the entomologist, teleported right to the entomologist, and it looks like she will be chasing the entomologist to make sure she can secure this one man down. She did get 100% corruption and will be taking the hit, and the cipher machines have been popped.
Cipher machines have been popped, and we can see that both the acrobat at the exit gate is already popping it. However, we do see that the entomologist is still up and running. However, going over instead to the acrobat's gate, trying to stop it before it is up. We do know that acrobat has a slow gate opening time along with antiquarian, so maybe being able to stop this and instead actually managing to get over, stopping the gate progress and try to kill this acrobat before he does anything that Glucose does. Like, he does have to blink up, but no trump card, unfortunately. So trying to hold this to get this down is going to be the play, and trying to actually managing to get the acrobat down. However, it is going to be the first chair, which means that if the survivors wanted to, they could go for the rescue risk for the 4-man escape, but in the risk of they get a draw. However, it does seem that they save and escaping out the gate, ending in a 1 survival elimination and 2 escape game. That was an insane fight from the entomologist. That was just amazing to see from the endo.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, in order to counter the EV, you have to be able to prolong the first kite, and that's exactly what the survivors did. And this entomologist, she didn't even have any support from the antiquarian, and she was able to prolong the kite so much, and she was able to survive till all 4 cipher machines were completed and the 5th cipher was primed. So this could be a sign that there is a counter to Ivy after all. The entomologist did an incredibly good job transitioning far away from wherever the main body is, and she also did a very good job of avoiding looking at the hunter's face and avoiding the ghost scare. She did get the ghost scare a little earlier on, but she transitioned far away using the bees, and she was really able to buy enough time and give the survivors what they needed in order to prime up those cipher machines. So incredibly good job to the entomologist. She will definitely be getting the MVP from me today.
Yeah, it does seem like that was really like the play. Going over to the data here, we do see that Entos have 117 containment time in seconds on Ivy the Shadow. That is an insane amount of kiting time, especially for someone that you've been hyping up so much that was unbeatable, Gummy. So it does seem like, yeah, you're right. There is going to be a counter to the. There is actually a counter to Ivy the Shadow. It's going to be like entomologist and also like lots of really. It's not just unbeatable, but she is actually counterable, and there are many counter. Well, not many, but at least one counterplay option against the IV. So it's going to be really interesting to see if this is going to be shaking up the tournament or anyone who planned the IV in the tournament. You see that the points here are going to be 7 and 9 with EMP still in the advantage, but it does mean that they are going to be going into the third game, I do believe, going to the BO3. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play in that situation.
Yeah, so if you can see the side of A Write Your Story survivors chose a lot of very strong characters because they knew they had to get that 3-man escape in order to go to the best of 3 rounds. So yeah, amazing job on getting that tie and amazing job on the picks. So yeah, it must have been very stressful for the side of the A Write Your Story survivors, but amazing job in securing that tie and being able to get to round number 3. And we will be taking a quick break here, and we will see you very soon.
Searching for the true heart of humanity. By little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness burn my vision. I won't let the silence burn my mission. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all...
Hello everyone, my name is BK Boyle here together with my co-cast Tommy. We are on IVA with A Writer's Story versus EMP, also known as Emperor in the BO3. So right now Emperor is at a points advantage of, I believe it's 9-7. So that last game, Gummy, that was the game of all time.
Yeah, definitely MVP goes to the entomologist. Wow, there must have been so much stress on the side of the survivors trying to tie up this game since a 4-man escape is incredibly hard, and then to realize that your opponent's hunter is the Ivy would have been very stressful. So I'm thinking possibly maybe the Ivy should have changed targets at this point since the entomologist did take up so much time. And one thing I've also noticed was the shadow wasn't able to pressure ciphers as much. So what usually you see when a hunter plays Ivy is they're chasing the survivor and they're also infecting other survivors, making sure that there's enough stone tablets all around the map. And if there are lots of stone tablets around the map, these ciphers can't be decoded until they wait 20 seconds. So in that way you chase and then you bring the ghost back into your body, and then you get the chase onto the survivor. And it looks like we are on our round 3 first half. The side of the hunter will be A Writer's Story, Yagakimi, and the survivors will be EMP.
So we do see it in the bands. We got the Gardener, who, as you mentioned before, isn't that much, doesn't have that much of an impact being in the global bands because she's mostly a throwaway pick of once Sangria is done and dealt with, and then you get the second round, so you can just ban her straight up. Same thing with Patient to an extent. He's mostly really only seen on maps like Moonlit River Park mostly, but I have seen a few on Ever Sleeping Town and Lakeside Village, so it may affect Team EMP a little bit. And we did see the really the very very interesting and actually kind of worked out in the end team composition of psychologist and the puppeteer. So that might actually hurt them a little bit because those two were actually doing really really well as we saw in the last round. And coming in with the hunter bands, we got the Sangria, the opera singer, as mentioned before, and the evil reptilian, who is actually one of Yagakimi's hunter mains, as we did see before.
Yeah, we do see the respect ban on the evil reptilian. They weren't able to get that 3-man escape with the evil reptilian, but they still respect banned him because he can be a very good hunter since it is one of his mains. So yeah, and the two survivors that they picked, the puppeteer and the psychologist, are the survivors that can eat multiple hits. So that could be kind of dangerous on the side of these survivors, as you mentioned. And it looks like the hunter had banned the priestess, antiquarian, and the priestess on Ever Sleeping Town is incredibly strong, so it's understandable. She can create portals that can help survivors kite in between buildings, and that can really prolong the kite. And she can also use those portals to help survivors once they've been saved. So yeah, on the side of the survivors, we have our first 2 picks. It is going to be the seer and the entomologist. And in the previous round, we have seen that entomologist has been incredibly strong. So it will be interesting to see how the side of EMP survivors utilize the entomologist. And our seer is our very good survivor pick, can always help with the owls. So yeah, wonderful picks on the side of the survivors. And the third survivor that will be banned will be the toy merchant.
Ooh, okay. Toy merchant on Ever Sleeping Town. Normally, you would see like a toy merchant on mostly Lakeside Village because that's when she can really start to play around with the catapults in the big boat area. So seeing on Ever Sleeping Town kind of indicates that Yagakimi really does not want to deal with a very long distance, hard to reach survivor, similar to the priestess in that kind of a sense, where she's like just like in and out in just the blink of an eye. We do see that Marant has chosen the Gravekeeper on the side of EMP, which is very interesting because Gravekeeper, I believe, has the fastest decoding speed of all the rescuers, which means that they could potentially cipher the crap out of Yagakimi, which is going to be really, really useful in this situation where they need to, if they can secure the points advantage and maybe let a draw or more survivors out, they can get that by cipher rushing or just like having the Gravekeeper with his shovels, which is going to be really good. Same thing with the Aeroplanist, which is going to be the last survivor picked here. So how do you think this team comp's gonna this team composition is gonna operate in terms of like synergies and what the general game plan is for the EMP survivors here?
Yeah, I don't think the hunter will want to chase the etymologist, so etymologist may be more of a support character in this case. And we do have a rescuer, so we can make sure that he'll most likely have tide turner, so that could also prolong the kite. We have Seer that could be a possible chase since the airplanist does have his jetpacks. He has 3 jetpacks, so he could be kind of a nuisance to chase. With the Seer Owl and the Etymologist Bee support, this could be a very good team comp, and the Gravekeeper also does have his shovels that can safely approach the chair once a survivor is chaired, so he isn't caught too far away and will be able to get that rescue. So it's looking like a somewhat stable team comp, and it looks like we got the survivor pick on the side of Yagami, which hasn't been locked in quite yet. So we it might change. We're not sure yet.
Yeah, it might be changed, but we know that Night Watch is actually a pretty one of like the more common, especially in like the recent in the past few COAs and IJLs and IVCs and stuff like that, because it's going to be he's just a pretty stable pick overall. He's very, very decent with his chase and his map control. He's kind of like a breaking wheel light version where he can get to many different places very, very quickly with his dashes, especially at his fulls, when he can store much more dashes and he can get his charges back very, very quickly.
Yeah, and it looks like we have gotten our spawn points. We had the Night Watch in the grave area, so in the very far corner away from the survivors, and the survivors were in a line. We had the entomologist, the gravekeeper, and the airplanist in one line across the middle of the map, and we have the seer in the corner right next to the hunter. So it does look like the hunter can chase the seer, since once the owl does get utilized, he will be free to continue the chase and get some damage onto the seer. So yeah, do you think the hunter could possibly chase the aeroplanist instead of the seer? What are your thoughts?
I do think that it might be possible. However, given that it's a night watch, the airplaners could just jump up and then like over and like dash out of the jump up to avoid the pulling effect from Night Watch's wind pull, and then just dash over to escape its radius completely once he touches down, which is going to be very, very annoying, especially in the early game when Night Watch has barely any abilities to work with. He doesn't have his long range dash. He only has the slow big radius pull and the speed up, the speed boost. So it's going to be very, very frustrating unless he has insolence, but even then it's going to take a while to kick in. So I think that aeroplane is maybe not the best choice. So I do think that the seer would probably be the better option. And we do see that Yagakimi going into the game, he's instead going for the seer actually. going to the middle, but Zhao Kan going to be looping him around this building, potentially going back into the graveyard area. We do see that he is actually going in. Yep, going back into the graveyard area, trying to kite him in that area with the high walls, but instead Yagakimi is not going to be falling for it, and is instead going to be going for another easier chase, which in this case would be the aeroplanist, however, getting the big wind pull and instead trying to dash out of it, but instead not being able to go up and then out, instead just trying to dash out of it, and it's not going to work well, and think the speed boost to try and vault that window and get up to him very, very quickly, going for another speed boost and getting a very good hit there before he can reach the pallet. It does seem that Marth is going to struggle a little bit because he does not have a kiting persona built. He only has Titan and actually getting a very good pull here and going for the hit, but luckily with the Seer, with the clutch owl getting in with another hit. However, do keep in mind he's now at first presence and Blink is available, going in for another set of dashes, and oh, but the instant dash in, and then oh, with the beautiful mind games from the aeroplane and the Night Watch getting him through that pallet there. That was some really good mind games, and we do see that there is quite a bit of Cypher progress inside of the survivor, so it's still kind of up in the air for both sides, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the first chair for the aeroplanist, and it's looking like 2 Cypher machines will be completed by the time a survivor comes for the rescue. It looks like Skyfall, the Gravekeeper, will most likely be the one coming for the rescue here. He hasn't quite gotten to his shovel form yet, but he hasn't approached the chair quite yet. Maybe they're going for the after half rescue. It does seem like they will be able to pop 3 Cypher machines, so it looks like they are going for the after half rescue, where the Gravekeeper does have Tide Turner. So the Gravekeeper has Tide Turner and the aeroplanist does still have the jetpack and the upward propel, so they are gonna go for that rescue.
Yep, coming in for this rescue and instantly getting up and then going in for the instant hit, just not wanting to waste any more time, and Gravekeeper going to be going in for the rescue and chasing the aeroplane again, but getting a pull on him, but instead flying up and away, but remember Blink is still available and he does have the speed boost and actually managing to use the Blink to get the hit instantly, not wanting to waste any more time because 2 Cyphers are remaining, and this is only the first survivor eliminated, which means that though there is 1 survivor eliminated and there's 3 survivors left, it's still kind of up in the air. Team is gonna go out because they could potentially get the Cyphers prime if they kite for long enough, and it does seem that Yagakimi is instead going to be going for the Cyphers. He knows that he cannot let them get prime, so going instead to Zhao Kan, who has no more owls, but he does have the broken windows persona, which means he's going to be kiting really well in an area like this, and going to try and juke him out with that window fall right there, and going in to try and speed boost him away and getting into that pallet, but trying to wait for that pallet and not getting it down, getting the hit right before the pallet, getting hit right around the corner. Very, very well played by Yagakimi, very, very patient, as we can see Zhao Kan trying to continue kiting this area, but we do see that entomologists, these are in the area. GT3 trying to get in to try and maybe get some progress on this Cypher, but it's not going to work. And instead abandoning the Seer instead to try and control more of the Cyphers, maybe even go for the entomologist. We do know that the Gravekeeper is on half HP, but he does have 2 shovels remaining, but no personas other than the pallets around him. So he has very little resources to work with other than his shovels, which are not to be underestimated. But we do see that the Seer is trying to touch that Cypher as much as possible. It's very, very close to being primed on both sides because there is actually 1 Cypher remaining. So he has to control these Cyphers as best he can.
Yeah, and they were able to pop that last Cypher machine, and this is in the end game. And it looks like the Hunter is not choosing to chase the Gravekeeper, and he's looking for a different survivor. All the other survivors are going to the opposite exit gate, and we have GT3 already starting that exit gate up, and the Hunter is going towards GT3, so she is going to be leaving that Cypher machine. It is the Etymologist. She does have the Beast to work with, but the Hunter does have Detention.
Yes, he does have Detention, but she does have the Beast and the Palace to work. Never mind, no more Palace to work with. It does seem that GT3 is going to be struggling quite a bit and going down instantly to that hit. However, teleport is up. So do keep in mind that if they don't get this gate open in time and he manages to chair the Entomologist, they could be getting a teleported Detention Yagakimi on the Night Watch at their gate, but it does seem that they are going to be getting it open at time. But Zhao Kan is not actually at the gate yet. It seems like he's going to be sticking around the middle to try and see if he can go for this detention and gain rescue, which is going to be very, very risky. But Yagakimi's not going to be falling for it. He's going to be saving his teleport, making sure that they don't do a backdoor rescue while he's over here trying to get the survivors out. But he does have the pull, and he might be able to get this pull out, and actually gets the bench to get the pull on, but hits the shovel of the Gravekeeper with a beautiful body block, ending this game in a draw for both sides.
Wow, very risky end game. If the seer took, if the hunter swung at the opposite direction, he would have gotten a hit on the seer, and he could have been a 3-man elimination. But that 1 second, split-second decision and mind game on the side of the hunter and the survivors was risky, and the seer was able to escape. So yeah, amazing job on the side of the seer, and the body block of the Gravekeeper was in his dig form, but the wind didn't pull the Gravekeeper, only pulled the seer. So the body block didn't quite work, but they were able to escape with that 2-man. So very close game here, able to secure that tie for round 3.
Yeah, it was really, really close, and we do see that actually very some very clean numbers in terms of the decoding progress here. And for kiting times, it's actually pretty evenly spread and relatively short. It does seem that the fast decoding, cipher rushing kind of tactic with the Gravekeeper and the Aeroplanist being the faster decoders while also being pretty decent rescuers, that strategy does seem to have paid out in the end, because they did actually manage to get quite a lot of cipher progress considering how little containment time each of the survivors got, if all were under a minute. And so if we do see the score here is at 9-11, which means that this next half is going to be the decider. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how the A Righteous Story survivors are going to be playing, because it is going to be the A Righteous Story survivors going up against EMP's Hunter. For those of you who are new, I am your caster BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Gummy, and as we can look at the scoreboard, EMP has the advantage. So right now, A Righteous Story has to be able to get more than a draw, which means that they have to get a 3-survivor escape or more in order to get into, I believe it's overtime, in order to try and edge out this victory. So EMP's Hunter has to play it safe and has to play for the draw right now.
Yeah, so on the side of the survivors, from what we saw, when they decided to rescue the Aeroplanist after half, it was almost certain that they wanted to go for that tie instead of the 3-man escape, since having 3 survivors after the Cypher Machine pops is most likely guarantees a tie. So on the side of the survivors, they expect their hunter to get at least a 3-survivor elimination then. So is it because they trust their hunter's ability? Or
yeah, I do think that they really need to, well, right now it's just all down onto EMP's Hunter. So we will be seeing more of the EMP versus A Righteous Story in the next half. After this short break, we will see you in a little bit.
Hi guys, I'm Lassie.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play identity video.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hang out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light color inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a Hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as Hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall lah.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you were on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 Cypher machines.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released, and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away.
Hello everyone, welcome to IVA Round 3, second half of EMP versus AEW, A Righteous Story. I am your caster, DK Boyro, with my co-caster Gummy. With that last game, it means that going into this second half, EMP has to get at least a draw in order. EMP's Hunter has to secure the draw in order to win this bracket, and then A Righteous Story has to get at least a 3 survivor escape in order to at least have a chance of continuing. Because with the given score right now, as the viewers can see, EMP has to get 2 survivor eliminated or 3 or 4 survivors eliminated in order to win, and then A Righteous Story has to get 4 survivors escape if they want to immediately win this bracket. In order to go to overtime, then they would need to be only 1 survivor eliminated, which is going to be quite interesting to see how this plays out, considering that we are in the 3rd round with many different bands.
Yes, this is the third round, second half. This
So we
could
do
be the
see that the global bands has not just the Wildling, the Gardener, and the Mercenary, with Glucose immediately the Priestess and the Seer on the Ever Sleeping Town. It's going to be quite interesting because the Seer is actually pretty decent at the kiting, as we did see in the previous half, and Priestess is just Priestess is just such a menace in Ever Sleeping Town with the long portals that goes through the buildings, giving lots and lots and lots of support to the fellow survivors. Isn't that right, Gummy?
Yes, that's correct. And on the side of the survivors, their first band was the opera singer,
Okay,
and the
so we
second
do
band is
see that
wax artist.
there is a band and the opera singer band on the side of
Hello?
the survivors. We did mention before, actually, that the survivors uh, kind of fear the wax artist because Glucose does have Maeve, the wax artist, on the side, aside from the opera singer. So getting rid of that is going to be quite. You got the respect band on the side of A Write Your Story. So on the side of the survivors, we do see that there is the forward and the psychologist band instead. Not band. I mean pick. They have the forward and psychologist pick. My mistake, everyone. Which is going to be quite interesting because forward is generally not a very meta survivor, so it's going to be interesting, or at least not anymore. He has been kind of supplanted in terms of supporting and harassing by the antiquarian, who has been banned by Glucose. So it does seem that forward is probably going to be the next best option if they really want to go for the supporting and the harassing. But on the side of the supporting, we also do have the psychologist, who is very, very good with the healing and also with the kiting because she does have a lot of HP. She has 3 hits to be able to take, and she needs 3 hits to be taken down, which is going to be quite tough for Glucose, uh, especially on such a map like Ever Sleeping Town, where there's lots and lots of really good tight kiting areas. Especially with the acrobat as well, lots of good windows, especially on the double-story buildings for him to jump out of. And then, ooh, Enchantress. You don't often see that. That is going to be a very, very interesting pick. So I do think that the survivors are going to be having an interesting year. I'm very, very excited to see what strategy they're going to pull out, coordination and teamwork that they're going to use, what the overview of their game plan is going to look like. So, and I also wonder what Glucose is going to pick because they have done the respect ban on the wax artist as well as the general ban on the opera singer. So very interesting to see. We did see the Night Watch last time from Yaga Kimi, so gonna be interesting. I cannot wait to see who the hunter is on Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, so this is a very good team comp
Okay,
for what
so
these survivors
for
have.
those of you who are new here, this is going to be the third round, second half of EMP versus A Write Your Story. So EMP has to get EMP's hunter, Glucose, has to be able to secure a draw or better for his team in order to just immediately win the bracket. And then A Write Your Story has to get the 3 survivor escape to go into overtime. So it's going to be very interesting to see who Glucose picks. We did see the Night Watch, as I mentioned before. There was, oh, yeah, and there it looks like it's going to be the Night Watch. Night Watch, again, very stable pick. Very, very, very good for getting a draw, as we did see in the last match, which EMP really, really needs. They need at least a draw, if not the 3-man. Or the 4-man elimination, who knows? Because there have been some very, very surprising Night Watch plays in the previous IVAs and even in other tournaments such as CUA. So going into the spawns, we do see forward in the middle, Enchantress on the left side, Acrobat on the top right, and then Psychologist in the middle building. Well, middle in quotation marks. We got the Night Watch Glucose on top of the forward there. So it does seem that the closest spawning survivor will be the Acrobat, which is going to be quite interesting to see.
Yeah,
Because
and it looks like
there's quite a few tactics that the Acrobat can use against the Night Watch. One that I see quite often that is quite risky, but it is a tactic that I see a little bit, is when you're very close to the Night Watch, when he's pulling you, you can just immediately firebomb across him to try and like juke him, break his ankles, and then get away, and then just make him do a 180 and force him to miss his shot. It's very, very risky, But if you have nothing else, then I suppose that it's worth a shot. The next best chase would probably be the psychologist, but since she's next to the forward and in quite a good kiting spot, it means that it's going to be very, very hard. And Enchantress is just very annoying for a night watch, especially in the early game. Especially because he has no presence and he only has his long pole that needs to be going in for a certain amount of time, then he gets his charge for his speed boost. So if the Enchantress can actually interrupt him out of it, then it wastes quite a lot of time because that's going to be, I believe, like an 8 or 10-second cooldown on his wind pole, which is quite short in terms of cooldowns, but it's not inconsiderable. So I'm going to be quite interested to see how that goes down.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very interesting pick.
Another
Since
all the survivors have brought flywheel, with the exception of the acrobat who has broken windows. So going into the match here, we do see that Glucose is immediately scouting around looking for the Enchantress actually, who is going immediately into the other corner building. And the Enchantress is kitted out with borrowed time and flywheel, so it's going to be very, very easy for her to try and kite, especially with the flywheel build here, and actually getting the speed boost here and trying to vault that drop pallet and then getting a long hit on the Enchantress. Very, very well played with maintaining a good enough distance by Glucose there. However, that pallet is still dropped, which means that it's going to be available for her to vault later on, but Glucose here with the extra charge from that wind pole means that he is going to be able to vault it if he wants to. Kai-san going to be vaulting that window vaulting that pallet like I mentioned. Oh, but interrupting the speed boost with a really, really good stun there and getting the charge with having it interrupted is going to be quite bad. So but getting it right back and getting it maybe a drop hit. No, not going to get the drop hit, but still with one more charge and with the blink available. Getting the blink, oh, but missing the blink hit and getting another stun off, even though it was a short stun. It was really invaluable because now they can play around these pallets and unfortunately not going to be able to get it in time. And with a really good flywheel, but no, missing it unfortunately. This is going to be really bad for the survivors because, well, actually maybe not too bad because if you look at survivors, they have quite a bit of cipher progress. They have almost 2 ciphers down, almost 2.5 actually, and we got Ira the forward coming in immediately for the rescue. We do see that Nightwatch has brought Trump card in detention, which means that the blink will be available for a teleport and maybe even excitement if he feels the need, because forward is very, very exciting. He does have flywheel and Tighter now. Oh, but going in immediately for the rescue, getting hit, and then going in for the immediate chase again. And actually, oh my god, very good mind game there, trying to interrupt. And oh, getting the hit. No, not getting the hit, unfortunately, with a very long stun by Ira there from the forward. Going to be very good from the survivor side. It seems that Luca's just giving up on the Enchantress, instead going for the forward, trying to use his football to escape and getting a hit. Oh, with the beautiful flywheel from the Ira, the forward there, and ends up going to have to force him to break the pallet. But now going to be rushing over to this other side. Psychologist using her stress to try and heal up the Enchantress and going to try and get the forward though, but it's not going to work because he's using all of his football to try and get away. But now that he's used his flywheel and also rescue, now Glucose knows that Ira does not have borrowed time for certain, and it's going to be very, very deadly, especially in the late game, especially considering that he is going to be chased here. He's going to get chased and it's going to be not very good because if he goes down here, which he will, it's going to be really bad for these survivors. Oh, that's not going to be good. But they do have 2 ciphers remaining.
Yeah, 3 cipher machines have been completed.
Unfortunately for
and
the survivors, they don't have another tight turner, so whoever is going in for the rescue, seems like it is going to be Bull the Acrobat, but coming in here with the trying to jump across and to maybe firebomb him, but not quite getting it, coming in right next to the chair and wasting no time, instantly going in for the hit and instantly trying to pull them back in and going for the chase, but oh, unfortunately getting blocked by the Acrobat on the window vault. The pallet vault is not going to be good for these survivors because now Ira's going to be going back onto the chair, but Psychologist making full use of that whistle and getting the heal on Acrobat so he can get right back on the rescue. Very good teamwork and team coordination right here, right now. But if they can get the forward down but right now, Glucose just has to secure a draw, which is looking increasingly likely because if he can get the forward down, because he does not have borrowed time, he can just get the forward eliminated and then go for potentially the acrobat, because we do see that both of the ciphers are almost primed and trying to go for the forward here, but no borrow time, so they are going to be trying to pop it ASAP, but no, they're actually going to be trying to rely on the body block, and unfortunately, body block not panning out, and actually getting the forward down, so he's going to be sent back to the manor and eliminated from the game. So now Glucose just has to use his detention to get a hit on any survivor and just camp them until the end of the game, because there is no way that Glucose can let the survivors get away with anything less than a draw. He has to settle for a draw or more, which is increasingly looking likely. So now chasing the psychologist in this little hut area here, and actually pulling her out of the window wall, and actually getting her, but not getting her because of the flywheel, but ends up getting her because of the charge attack and the speed move. Very well played from the hunter here, and it seems that the survivors are not going to settle for this draw. They are not going to sleep into that good night. They are going to fight till their very last, until they can hopefully get this psychologist out, but it's going to be really hard because detention is going to last for longer than the psychologist's chair time, which means that this whole rescue and the subsequent fight is going to be with detention, and that's going to be really, really painful for the survivors, even if there are two of them on, because he just has to get one survivor eliminated. It doesn't have to be the psychologist, could be anyone.
Right, and it looks like he will be able to secure the two-man elimination.
And the Enchantress actually coming up behind, trying to get the gate. But neither of the gates are open actually. Enchantress is going to be forcing out this gate. And it seems that he is just going to be going in for the detention hit on the Enchantress and going to let the Acrobat rescue the psychologist, because the Enchantress is going to be on the second chair, which means that there's going to be less time for the subsequent rescue. And actually getting a really good pull and another stun, but not getting the hit. Instead, going to be going trying to look around for the psychologist, make sure no one's decoding gate. The tension is going to run out in 15 seconds, so Enchantress has to stall out until then, but she does not have very many resources to work with. She only has this one pallet, and it's going to be really, really hard, and barely getting the detention hit off right before detention is over. Still, neither of the gates are open, and so it does seem that the psychologist is going to be going to the back gate to try and get it open, with the going to be potentially going in for the rescue on the Enchantress, because she, remember, she is on her second chair here. So getting this chair here put close to the back gate, unfortunately, is where the open gate is. However, that's where Psychologist is half HP, so she won't be able to body block. So right now, it's all up to the Acrobat to try and rescue this Enchantress and go in for the body block, or potentially even just letting her kite until dungeon escape, because the dungeon is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Do keep that in mind.
Yeah, and the survivors have to make sure they have,
and just not going to be taking anything at all. Just going to be going instantly for these Enchantress. She does have a single stun. However, do keep in mind that she is right next to the dungeon, so she just has to play very, very carefully around this area. If he gets a really
the survivors have to try and make sure they get that two-man
so right now, it's just a 1v1, Glucose versus Kaiser, and but getting a really good stun, but missing the hit, and not getting the hit, but he's gonna let her end up getting into the dungeon, is that the question, and he's gonna get the dungeon, ending in a 3-survivor escape and 1 elimination. That is going to be really, really bad for EMP, because now they're gonna be going into overtime.
Yeah, so that was an amazing job on the side of the survivors.
Is not going to be very suitable for EMPs, because now they're going to be going to overtime and it's going to be really bad. So now they've lost their chance to secure their victory, which means that they have to really, really pull up in this next few rounds. It does, however, give A Writer Story a chance at getting back at EMP, because now they have another chance of being able to potentially win this bracket. It's been a really tough struggle for both sides. We do see that the data here, Acrobat with the incredible 4 rescues and a lot of decoding progress on the Psychologist part. Enchantress did do the most kiting with forward, having the second, Acrobat having the second most kiting time. That was really, really well played on both sides, being able to just barely edge out that dungeon escape from the Enchantress. That was insane. And that 154-second kiting time, my god, man, that was just insane to watch.
Yeah, the survivors just doing their best to ensure that they can get to
that the most decoding progress was done by the Psychologist, which means that which it does make quite a lot of sense, because she was kind of hanging back for most of the match, not really doing much. except for healing the forward, not the forward, but the acrobat, as well as the enchantress with her whistle. And that really did come in handy, especially on that second rescue on the forward. It was really, really, really well played on both sides, including the survivors as well as the hunters. So we do see that it has ended in a 12-12 draw between A Righteous Story and EMP Emperor. So we are going to be going into the BO3 overtime between these two teams. It's going to be very, very exciting. The stakes are going to be really, really high between these two teams, and it's only just the first match between these two teams. We still have another one after that, so please do stay tuned to watch that later on. It's going to be really exciting. However, we are going to be taking a short break. I have been your caster, DK Boyle, with my co-caster, Gami, and we will be taking a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
The world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. Do you start? I still with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is no big trouble. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it grows into dark. Don't let the storm cross over shadow. You don't let the thunder.
Oh, okay. But I don't hear your.
Stretches ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing out tomorrow. Set me through and dry these floating eyes. Pale as your sound, pale as your side travel, searching for the true heart of human. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Whatever darkness beneficial, I won't live in silence, combination. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise. Like the spring melts down into snow. I keep painting dreams, make a better tomorrow. Come with me and dry the floating eyes. For there were tears, there were also laughter. Together, our face never dies. In this ever changing world, something sweet.
During the stream. Okay,
Uh,
never mind.
Okay,
Yeah, and
hello
welcome
everyone.
back.
Welcome back to IVA. I am your co-caster PK Borlu with my co-caster Gummy. Gummy, how are we feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. These survivors were doing an amazing job. Being able to win that last round, it must have been so much pressure because if they just tied, they wouldn't have been able to go to this next game. But just amazing job in the tenacity of these survivors. That 3 escape against that Night Watch was really exciting to see. And so they were able to total out the 12 points and now they're tied. Wow, the pressure must be on. So this would be the last game that the survivors will be playing, if I'm correct.
I do think that they'll be going for 2 halves. I do believe. I do believe that they're actually going for 2 halves, where one side survivors and then another side going for the other survivors. So EMPs survivors and then A Retro Story survivors going up against their respective opponents, hunters, which is going to be interesting to see because this is the tiebreaker round. It's going to be the tiebreaker for these 2 teams, which means that whoever wins this will proceed and whoever loses will go to the losers bracket. They're still not out, remember, they're still not out. They're just going to go down to the losers bracket. However, it's going to mean that whoever progresses from here is going to have a much higher chance at getting into the grand finals and potentially winning this tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out because the stakes are pretty high for both of these teams right now.
Yeah, and it's just amazing to see how equal these 2 teams are. They're both doing a very good job, and to see that we have to go to another round of games just show how hard these survivors are working. And it's also amazing to see that under this pressure that they were able to pull forward and get that game. And yeah, so amazing job in those kites. It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it was like really fun to watch, and my god, it feels like A Retro Story is kind of the underdogs right now because they have been at a disadvantage like this whole time in terms of points, but they keep managing to barely edge it out in terms of the survivor escapes and the survivor eliminations. It's very cool to see such tenacity and perseverance coming from the teams here. I'm really excited to see who they're going to play and in what strategies they're going to play, because in the overtime rounds I believe they had even more bans than before, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they get around these restrictions.
Yeah, they are running out of survivor pools, so they have to start using the second pick, third pick survivors, and the hunter also has to be kind of creative in trying to look at who the survivors have picked and having to counter those survivor picks. So we'll be seeing a different range of survivors and hunters, and that is pretty exciting for us to see. We don't get to see a lot of 4th round games, so yeah, we'll be able to see what other sub characters these survivors can play.
Yeah, it's gonna be like really interesting because we rarely go to overtime, right? It's very rare to go into overtime for any IDV tournament, and so to get into overtime for this game is gonna be interesting to see because like you said, you rarely get to see those 3rd pick, 4th pick survivors and hunters. I'm really interested to see what other hunters both of these hunters have in their back pocket to pull out at the last moment and what kind of wacky strategies that we're going to be seeing coming into these games.
Okay, so there is one hypothetical that I have been thinking about. What happens if they tie out this round again? Will we have a 4th round, or will we have to make some changes? Or maybe has it ever happened? Has it ever happened where they have to go all the way to the 5th round? Is it a possibility?
I do believe that after the 3rd BO3 overtime, they do, if there is still a draw in the overtime, they calculate it based off of the times of the matches. So no 5th round, unfortunately for us. But if you really do want to go for a 5th round, in the grand finals of IVA, which is going to be next Sunday, I believe, it's going to be going up until the BO5 even without overtime. So to those viewers who are really excited for long games and for a really, really long stream and lots and lots of action-packed games, please do stay tuned for that.
Yeah, I mean, being able to see like a different range of characters is always exciting, and since the characters that they chose from the global bans will no longer be available, yeah, I mean, the survivors have to be under a lot of stress. Maybe we'll see some less meta characters such as the cowboy, or what else is there? Is firefighter available yet, or is firefighter not available?
No.
No,
I don't.
okay.
I do believe he is not available. However, you did bring up a very cool point with Cowboy, because I believe they recently did actually nerf Cowboy so that when he picks up or balloon rescues a survivor from his lasso, they don't actually get rescued per se, because as soon as he puts them back down, they will be put back down onto the ground and in an incapacitated state. So going into the first half of the extra time, we have the map finally: Leo's Memory, with Gardener, Wildling, Mercenary, Forward, Entomologist, and Psychologist being the global bans. Lots of rescuers and lots of supports here. What is the verdict in terms of the survivors' chances? Like, what is the verdict in terms of the survivors' possible team compositions?
Yeah, we do see the extra owl and having to hit a survivor for the third time. So the hunter did also ban the seer. And on the side of the survivors, they banned the wax artist and the opera singer. And it doesn't look like they'll be getting a third ban. So for the side of the hunter, they do still have, they can choose their best of three hunter again. So that's not too much of a problem. And on the side of the survivor picks, we do have the first officer being chosen. Like I mentioned, the only survivor that is a rescuer that isn't in the global ban. So we do have him available, and he will be very useful in this coming game. And then we have the antiquarian, who is also a very good stunner, so she can really help prolong the kites. And it looks like we'll be banning the cheerleader next. Cheerleader has been used to support and give the the mini cheers, and that gives the speed boost to the survivors. So we've been seeing that a lot happening during the tournaments. And then she also has her motivate, her speed boost, and then she can also use that the item refresh time. So in that sense, the hunter doesn't really want to allow the survivors that luxury.
Yes, very lots and lots and lots of good points brought up, Gummy. So thank you for your wonderful, wonderful insights. However, I do have to correct you on one thing, that there is actually another grave. There is another rescuer that is not in the global bans, that being the gravekeeper and the coordinator. I do know one coordinator and one gravekeeper main who would be very, very sad to hear you say that they are not rescuers, because and actually, speaking of Gravekeeper, we did see, no offense to you, obviously, Gummy, but actually we did see the Gravekeeper being used to great effect, I believe, in the second round, second half, or was it the third round, first half? It was used to really good effect on the Ever Sleeping Town in the third round there. So we do get to see a lot of Gravekeeper action there, and actually used very well. So we do see that the Acrobat and Painter has been chosen on the side of a righteous story. Painter is a choice, very interesting, because he's not often, or I don't think I've ever casted a game in which Painter has been picked in this kind of a setting. This is going to be my first time casting for a Painter match. It's going to be very, very interesting, because he's kind of like a pseudo coordinator, I would call him, because he's kind of like got those like flare gun style stuns where it's like very, very long, where he's got a few but very, very long stuns. It's only two, whereas coordinators is one, but it does take quite a bit of time to actually get prepared. And then we got the gamekeeper on the side of Glucose. Gummy, what do we see about gamekeepers in recent tournaments?
Well, Gamekeeper has been the second pick for a lot of the hunters, but it looks like we will be going in for our spawn points. We have the Antiquarian spawning in the middle. We have Painter safely in the factory. We have the Acrobat in the shack, where we see him kiting the opera singer quite a lot with the bombs and circling around that window. And we will have the first officer, and he did lock in, and he will be near the wall's exit gate. And the hunter will be spawning in the corner away from all the survivors. So this will be an interesting spawn for the hunter.
Yeah, it's very interesting because right now the closest
Look at the hunter, record his face, and then he also has to take a lot of time drawing that painting out. So that could be a easier chase for the hunter. So on the side of the survivors, it might not be as good since the hunter could catch up very quickly with the hook, and the painter might not have the luxury of looking at the hunter's face while kiting since he does have to paint his picture. So this will be an interesting chase for the side of the survivors.
Definitely. It could just be that another possibility is that Glucose just has the biggest brass balls and what Glucose goes for in this current match. So now we see them instantly going for the factory, like you mentioned, going straight for the painter. Actually putting down a very important trap at that chokehold there at the one pallet going into factory, and instantly vaulting there, trying to wait around, making sure that he can actually get the face and instantly painting it. Managing to get that face, no problem, and instantly painting and actually getting a very fast painting down as soon as possible. Actually managing to get over to this 1-2 windows area, which is going to be quite the struggle, I think, for the painter IVA here. But Glucose actually not playing the mind games at all and just not taking the bait at all, and instead going to be trying to make him vault the window and wait for the hook to come back. You see that he does have excitement, which may be popped here, and yep, gonna get popped and instantly getting a first hit on the painter at when all the ciphers at roughly half of their progress. So now all of the paintings are used, and now Ira is going to be kiting this raw. It's going to be quite tough for him.
Yeah, the painter doesn't have any more items left. We'll get a hook onto the painter, and we'll get a down on the painter right away as soon as he utilizes all his paintings. But we do have to say he was able to use the hunter's trait. So now all the survivors are aware that the hunter does have excitement, and he was able to use that. And so that was very good on the side of the painter, and it looks like 2 cipher machines will be completed. The painter also has the effect where you can save him at any time, and the line will continue where it left off. So the survivors can also take their time in getting the save on this painter, and it does look like WNK is in the area, and it looks like he is feeding tinnitus to the hunter, and he will most likely be going for this save.
Oh, but going in for the machine gun hook and actually managing to get the first officer through the tree with the interdimensional hook, and actually managing to, but still getting the rescue off and getting the painter. He's going to be trying to get into the factory but not making it, unfortunately. Vaulting the window and trying to get away as much as possible. But remember, like you said, managing to get the painter rescue doesn't, the timing of the rescues on the painter doesn't really matter because he does not have a bloodline to be before or after half. So the antiquarian or the acrobat could conceivably come in for the rescue and potentially get this painter back on his feet, especially if it's the antiquarian who could potentially get some harassing in and maybe even force out Glucose's excitement for a second time and ensuring an easier kite for the antiquarian later on. However, we do see that Kai-san is coming in and going in, and Glucose actually trying to stall by pulling him away from the chair, but it's not going to work out. Instead, going for the terror. No, not getting the terror shot. I'm going to be trying to. Oh, but a very good stun there, and actually managing to get a rescue, but not being able to get it. Unfortunately, as the painter is going to get hit. However, he does have excitement, and Kai-san is going to be coming in here and actually get popping the excitement and getting a balloon hit on the antiquarian, now forcing out the excitement, and it's going to be really bad in the survivors team. But they do have 1 cipher remaining and it's being decoded, so it's going to be quite the situation for Glucose.
Yeah, last cipher machine at 53%. We have 2 injured survivors, so they have to be very careful at this point. The acrobat cannot get any more hits because if a survivor goes down, he can't go for the rescue. And this hook onto the antiquarian!
Oh my gosh, did you see that? Glucose really just mind read Kai-san like that and thought that we wouldn't notice. That was insanely good mind gaming. Just just mind gaming the absolute dog out of him and managing to get him through the window. But Kuko's instead going to be abandoning the antiquarian and making sure that that cipher does not get decoded, going after Kuma here and trying to make sure that they do not decode this cipher. However, the first officer does have a single watch remaining, which is going to make it very hard for Glucose to try and chase him off the cipher.
Yeah, he does have to know, so he does know that the first officer is in this area, but he hasn't quite been able to pinpoint the location of this first officer, and this is buying the survivors more time. Another cipher machine has begun, and it looks like he will run into the first officer, and he will be going down, unable to use his item. But we do have the acrobat at full health, so he can come for this save. Will the hunter choose to stay and camp this chair, or will he start to move on to the next decoded cipher? The acrobat is already made his way towards the chair, so it looks like he will be staying near this chair. And the cipher machine is at 75%. They have to save after half if this cipher machine isn't primed in time. The acrobat is holding his bomb, getting ready to use it as soon as the cipher machine is primed.
Yep, and we do see that trying to get that firebomb in, but actually dodging it and going in for the rescue and getting the hit, hitting the acrobat and popping the cipher, meaning that everyone is going to be going full HP, which means that they can actually tank quite a few number of hooks. But if they do get hooked, they're going to get instantly detention hit, and Glucose instead going to be wandering off towards the factory area, trying to make sure that this acrobat does not get to the other side. However, trying to instead escape from the first officer, maybe trying to hang around this gate, making sure that nobody is here, and actually trapping it to make sure that they don't decode this gate. Instead, going over to the shack area, and we do see that the first officer is within that vicinity. The tinnitus is being triggered right now, so Glucose does know that he's around with no items, no Triton personas, nothing to work with. It does seem that the first officer is going to be kind of out in the open now, but actually managing to get the teleport to the other gate, but no one is here. Unfortunately, nobody's here, and neither of the gates have any progress, so it's going to be quite the situation for Glucose. Will he stay or will he go find another survivor? All the survivors are scattered everywhere, really trying to play hide and seek right now.
Yeah, so what seems to have happened is the survivors heard that the hunter did use the trait change ability. They expected it to be the teleport, and so they decided not to go near any of the exit gates, expecting that the hunter will be using his trait. So amazing mind game on the side of the survivors. It looks like the hunter has found the acrobat. Acrobat still has a lot of bombs to utilize, but he is using his bomb. He was able to avoid that hit, and hunter is changing targets. It looks like he's going towards the antiquarian who was trying to open that gate up, only at 46%. And it looks like she'll be have to taking this kite.
Yep, taking the kite and unfortunately missing the hook there, but trapping that there pallet and making sure that she cannot vault it, and going to be chasing her around here, trying to and baiting out the stick hit, but actually managing to get it, but slowing it down, but and hitting him again through into the wind, into the tree, and managing to get him disabled for a short moment, but actually going in for the charged hit. But the dungeon is right there. Will Kai's not gonna be able to make it. The dungeon, his hook is still on cooldown. He's not gonna be able to hook her in time, and managing to get the antiquarian escape into a 3-survivor escape. That was amazing from the survivors of A Righteous Story.
Wow, really amazing job on the side of the survivors. It was looking like a 2-man escape. The hunter still had detention, but that one dungeon location right in front of Christmas tree really just changed the entire tide of this game. Now the pressure is on the EMP survivors to try and get a 3-man escape. That will still be a tie, so they have to get a 4-man escape to win, and if it's a tie 3-man escape, they have to calculate the time. So the pressure is on, and the pressure is also on the Write Your Story hunter. And if we look at the data here, it looks like the Painter did have the most hunter containment time. He was eliminated, and the second to most hunter containment time is the antiquarian, because at the end of the game she did take the kite for quite some time. She also had the most decoding process, so that's a very interesting stat. You usually don't see a survivor with the most decoding and with a lot of hunter containment time, so really good job on this antiquarian, really kiting that detention gamekeeper with that one pallet, and then she had to transition because the hunter set up a trap. She used her stick to transition to that pallet, and then eventually bought enough time for the exit gates to be open. They left, and she was able to get that dungeon escape. So MVP to the Antiquarian.
Yeah, that was really, really well played from the Antiquarian. And actually, in general, all of these survivors, the fact that they were able to kind of coordinate and resist. Listen, I've been in enough ranked games to know that like the temptation of just wanting to decode the gate and get this game over with is just it's very, very strong. So the fact that they were able to actually be disciplined enough to hold off, maybe he has teleport, and then they actually managed to pay off in the end because he did teleport to that gate and they were nowhere to be found. That was really, really good teamwork, planning, and coordination and execution by the A Write Your Story survivors. It was just insane to see. Not to mention that the kiting, especially near the end, as well as the Painter's kite in the beginning was actually not too shabby. The fact that he managed to force out the excitement that early on in the game is probably one of the highlights of the game. Because that was a very, very critical resource for the gamekeeper to use. And the fact that he forced it out so early is quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out where the Antiquarian did an amazing, just that really clutch save for the Painter. I mean, the painter did go down immediately after, but that also bought a lot of time for the survivors. That means free time for the other two survivors to decode. So I wasn't sure. I was pretty sure that painter was gonna just leave and go back to the manor, but that like 1 millisecond save was incredible on the side of the Antiquarian that I would also like to point out.
Yeah, another thing in regards to the Antiquarian was that the psychic mind reading on behalf of the gamekeeper, just like managing to just like I swear if this wasn't like such a high profile tournament, I would swear that if I was just like in a rank game, I would just call this gamekeeper a wall hacker. The way that he just saw that Antiquarian through the walls and just like instantly hooked her the moment he thought that she was going to come out. That was just insane mind reading. I am
Yes,
just
definitely.
flabbergasted. Yeah, it is
Mhm.
just I'm swept off my feet by that play.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be at our extra time second half. If you look at the top, we have one win, one draw, one loss on both sides of the survivors. And our global bans for the survivor side, they can't play the gardener, patient, puppeteer, the psychologist, seer, and the entomologist. So the hunter will be banning the priestess once again and the pesky antiquarian after what we've seen in the previous match. I think that is a very good choice for the side of the hunter. And on the survivors, we do have the ban on the opera singer and the evil reptilians. So the hunters do have more choice to repeat their third round hunter once again, and the survivors are going to have to pick the. If you look at the global bans, there aren't any rescuers, so the survivors do have a choice of whichever rescuer that they want to pick, and the survivors have picked the lawyer and the female dancer. We haven't seen female dancer at all, I believe. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're right. We have not seen a female dancer at all so far today. So it's going to be interesting to see how this female dancer gets played, especially considering that they have free reign for rescuers, like you mentioned. But for the global bans, the psychologist, the seer, and the entomologist are all banned, which means that there a lot of good supports are gone. Taking into account the antiquarian, prospector, toy merchant as well, there's a lot of support characters gone. So it seems that the female dancer is kind of a last ditch effort for in terms of supporting. And then you have the lawyer, very good decoder, pretty decent kiter, and then you got this kind of half rescuer, aeroplanist, and then the hard rescuer being the first officer. Very kind of a jack of all trades team composition here. Everyone has their specialty and everyone kind of knows what their role is in the team. So right now
Mhm.
they have to get a three survivor escape in order to match a Write Your Stories score, which is they have to get a 3 survivor escape at the very least. If they get anything less than then if they get anything less than 3 survivors, A Wretched Story is going to take this bracket home with a win.
Yeah, and it's going to be incredibly challenging since in the previous game it was also extremely hard to get that three-man escape since there was a survivor that was already eliminated. So usually you would expect a tie in that situation, but they were able to clutch that dungeon escape, and it was a very hard-won victory. So now that the fact that the survivors on EMT has to match that, it has a lot of pressure, and it looks like the hunter will be choosing the Night Watch. Has it been locked in? I am not quite sure, but if we do look at the survivors that the hunter has banned, it is usually support characters such as the priestess, and he doesn't want any of these stuns happening, so no antiquarian and no prospector, and he doesn't want to give any support. Again, similar to priestess, we have the toy merchant and with her catapults, and he doesn't want the survivors using those catapults to transition to a better kiting area. So this hunter may not need to bring excitement since he's already banned all these survivors.
Yes, that is very true. So, since there's no excitement, what kind of trait do you think we can expect from Yagakimi here? Especially considering these spawns, I think that maybe teleport so that because the map is so big, right? And especially because like you got the decoder all the way on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the standard build for the hunters to secure a early first down usually is blink in order to catch the survivors off guard. So most likely a blink if you stick to the norm. But if the hunter brings some kind of new trait that's unexpected, we have seen hunters bring abnormal once in a while, and that really changed the tide of the game, especially if you use abnormal at the end when there's the last cipher machine. You chair the survivor next to the last cipher machine and you abnormal it. Then abnormal can be very useful, but it's very situational, so no hunter is going to bring abnormal for the very beginning. So most likely, yeah, possible teleportation just because you want to also change targets. It's also a possibility.
Yes, I do think, speaking of unexpected traits, I'm currently getting flashbacks to the Warp Opera singer at the very, very first round in the first half. That was really, really a sight to behold. So who knows, maybe we're going to be seeing the first ever Warp Night Watch. That'll be really interesting to see, especially on this kind of a map where it's so big and there's actually quite a bit of verticality, especially in the
our match, the hunter is at Christmas tree going towards the shack where Marian, the female dancer, is. She'll have to start using her music boxes to try and get this hunter to slow down. She has gone to the corner walls where she will finally throw down her slow music box, and she will be using those music box to contain the hunter at this corner for this beginning kite.
Oh, and we do see that he has dropped the Peeper immediately. A very interesting trait choice, because we rarely see Peepers, especially with the Night Watch. But going into the chase, we do see that trying to pull in Maran here and actually very patiently playing with the games and the pallets here and getting a hit through the pallet. You see Maran trying to play a little bit around these pallets here and getting a very good slow music box. And oh, with the pallet stun! With the slow music box, even more so getting the really good stunner and another slow music box with the pallet slide. It's gonna be painfully slow on the side of Yaga here.
Yeah, she's utilized all 3 of her music boxes, and she's actually left the corner where her 2 slow music boxes are, and she's going towards Shack, trying to time the. She was able to vault that window, and she is leaving the shack. It looks like she's trying to kite away to a different side of this map. She has to be careful not to run into any of her survivors, and will be throwing down that pallet, maintaining a safe distance away from this Night Watch. She's doing an amazing job kiting this Night Watch and containing him. And Flywheel and will be missing that hit.
Ooh, yes, missing the hit, but unfortunately slamming on the last pal in the area and getting forced into an open area and getting down immediately. But if we take a look at the Cypher progress, 2 Cyphers remaining at the first down, plus there's 2 tied carriers with Aeroplaners and First Officer, and you have a Lawyer, a very good decoder on the team. Oh, but interrupting the Lawyer's decoding here by carrying it near to his Cypher might put a wrench in the works of the survivors right now.
Yeah, amazing job on the side of the female dancer. She was able to complete a 3 Cypher Machine kite. And it was after she left that corner, and it does look like these survivors are coming in for the save. We have GT3 that the hunter is going after the lawyer. There is another survivor. Yes, the first officer did get the backdoor save onto the female dancer, and he didn't have to use any items. And the hunter is just changing targets, and he wants to get the down on this lawyer.
Oh my god, and did you see that beautiful pallet and that pallet slam and also the pallet vault? That was really good. That speed boost and vaulting boost from the lawyer coming in handy. And oh, we're playing the mind games around the pallet right now, jumping over the pallet, trying to force another one. No, not gonna be slamming it, and instead going to be going right through it, trying to pull him back with the pull, and actually managed to get a hit on the lawyer while he's vaulting, but because he's lawyer, he does not get parashot. But keep in mind, the Cypher progress once again. Gummy is 1 Cypher remaining, and the female dancer is back up on her feet.
Yes, the last Cypher Machine at 46%, and this lawyer just doing an incredibly good job kiting. This hunter will be taking a hit while taking that vault, but this is the first time for the lawyer to be on the chair, so survivors have plenty of time to get that last Cypher Machine going, but it is at the... He will be chairing the survivor at the last Cypher, so this is going to be very detrimental for the side of the survivors.
Yeah, it's going to be really detrimental. The peepers are going to be slowing down the progress of the decoding here a little bit, but there are 2 other Cyphers across the map. We do see that Marant is actually decoding one as we speak, 30% right now, and it's going to be really, really quick. It's going to be accelerating really, really quickly because of the fast decoding speed of the female dancer, plus accelerated decoding. Zhao Khan just like being chilling here at the chair and getting the rescue with the tide turner and going immediately for G3 with the last effort tide turner activating, and G3 actually managing to try and get away as far as he can away from the Cyphers and actually over to the shack where we do see that the dungeon is. So if he does end up doing an endgame kite, it's going to be really, really good for him to be kiting around the shack. Oh, but not being able to prime the Cypher in time before the warrior goes down. But near to the exit gate might be a bit detrimental at the end game, maybe. Don't you think?
Yeah, and the Cypher Machines are primed. The lawyer was saved before half, so we are going into the end game, and there are 4 survivors still available in the side. So this is looking very dangerous for the side of the hunter. He must be feeling so much pressure. He did get the save onto the lawyer by the first officer. First officer seems to be body blocking for the lawyer, will be taking the hit, and the Cypher Machine will most likely be popped very soon after the survivors do get some distance away. They do have more time since the lawyer did not get the hit off the chair immediately. Hunter using his wind ability, charging it up so that he can use it for the end game. Looks like he'll be taking that vault.
Using it for the end game and actually managing to pop the Cypher in the middle of the vault. So now that there's many survivors at the edge of the exit gates, and now they're actually decoding it with extreme speed. You can see that it's being decoded. Oh, but getting pulled back and missing it, unfortunately. But he is trapped because of the confined space. That is very, very unfortunate. It is going to be 1 survivor elimination, it looks like, because Yaga is not going to be able to get to the other exit gate in time before the survivor escape. So it is going to be a 1 survivor elimination.
They matched the number of survivors that escaped. That is crazy. Wow. I'm at a loss of words right now. I have to still process everything that just happened. The EMP survivors just did an amazing job. The first survivor kited was a female dancer. She utilized all her music boxes, was able to go all the way to the opposite corner of the map, was saved with a backdoor save, and the hunter just changed targets completely to the lawyer midway. So what could have been... So I thought it would almost be impossible to match the 3 survivor escape, but they did it. EMP did it.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Honestly, like, I think that the main thing was switching from the female Lancer to the Warrior. But to be honest, I really didn't think that Yaga had any other option, because if he let the Lawyer go, his insane decoding speed would definitely have gotten almost the exact same result with a 3 survivor escape because of his insane decoding speed. We do see that, yeah, actually, the Aeroplanist has the most decoding speed, whereas the Lawyer has the highest kiting time and the second highest decoding progress, which is going to be really, really good for the survivors. We do see female Lancer actually decoding completely that one cipher with the 100% decoding progress and the second highest kiting time. So that first kite really was the thing that really sealed Yaga's coffin here, because the fact that she was able to kite for so long and for so well was just insane. Just take a look at the score here. We can just see the insane amounts of back and forth and back and forth. 6, 1 to 3, 2 to 2, and 1 to 3, 3 to 1, and it just keeps going back and forth and back and forth. And we got 16 to 16. It is just insane how evenly matched these two teams are. However, we will be seeing who the winner is very, very shortly after the times of the matches have been calculated. But while we're waiting for that, Dummy, like, that match is just insane. But what do you think that the Hunter could have done differently in that last match that maybe could have changed the outcome?
So one thing I thought could have been different is Peepers. If he had a rate that could possibly get down the survivor much faster, I feel like would have been more beneficial to the Hunter. So as you mentioned, Warp, Teleport, or Blink would have really been able to down that female dancer much faster. We saw that he didn't drop as many peepers as we expected, and as soon as he did drop those peepers, the female dancer just transitioned away to Shaq. So then those peepers were not as useful as we would have wanted it to be. So yeah, really good job. And I would just like to say that just amazing job to the Hunters and Survivors on both sides of the teams. Like, this was so
really good for the survivors, as we can see. So we do see that EMP is the winner of this team, of this bracket. So congratulations to EMP for edging it out just barely in this bracket.
Yeah, I definitely have to say the last game, the EMP survivors just did such an amazing job. Being able to have 4 survivors available after the cipher machines have been popped is just amazing. You don't see that happening very often. So really good job on the kiting, good job on the decoding, just wonderful teamwork and really hard-earned victory for sure.
Yeah, emphasis on that hard-earned victory, to be honest, because, like, oh my good gosh, was this, like, it was just back and forth and back and forth. It was so evenly matched, but at the end of the day, as an EMP is the winner of this bracket. So congratulations once again to EMP for winning this bracket. However, do keep in mind, this is not the end for a this is not the end of the other team, Team A Righteous Story, because they will be going to the losers bracket. They're not eliminated yet, not yet. They still got some fight left in them. They can edge their way back up from the losers bracket. So there is a possible chance that we will be seeing these two fight again in the grand finals. Maybe. That is an entirely real possibility. So looking forward for that.
Yeah, that will be exciting. They will be able to have their revenge match if they do get to move on from the losers bracket, and that will be very interesting to see. Seeing how evenly matched these survivors are is definitely something to look forward to. Just amazing job. Even though they did not get to win this round, they still have hope, and I'm sure that they will do amazing during the losers bracket. So I have no doubts whatsoever on the side of the A Righteous Story survivors and Hunter.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm on the side of EMP too. They did some plays, let me tell you. It was just so interesting to see those. It was just very, very interesting to see those plays, I do believe it was the EMP's hunter who's the gamekeeper just now. And just again, I have to emphasize that mind reading through the wall with the antiquarian, that was really, really, really amazing. And there are so many other plays that EMP did throughout this whole bracket that I could just go on and on this thing, but we'd be here forever. So honestly, congrats. So yeah, it was really, really well fought on both sides, and I'm really glad that both of these teams could really prove their worth and how evenly matched they are. Because my goodness, man, they were just at each other's throats the entire time.
Yeah, and the thing I want to note about that Gamekeeper game is it was supposed to be a tie. It was supposed to be a tie, but that last clutch dungeon escape was crazy. And another thing I would like to point about Gamekeeper is he did get a hard nerf. So that may possibly been one of the reasons that the survivors were able to get that 3-man escape. So the nerfs were the stacks after he uses his hooks to slow down the survivors. The stacks was changed from 3 stacks to 2 stacks, and then he could only place two traps on the map at the same time, and it takes 60 seconds for for him to get another trap. So those are some of the nerfs that really hurt the Gamekeeper, so I don't expect to see him too much often in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's still, despite his surprise picks in a few very, very popular tournaments that really popularized his usage in tournaments like this, I think that he is still not necessarily the meta. He's very good, mind you, especially in the right hands. It's just that he is definitely not the meta. Like you mentioned before, it's a lot of Ivy, Opera Singer, and Breaking Wheels and Bonbons. So moving on to
and we have our
the MVP. We have EMP's GT3 as the lawyer.
I definitely cannot argue with that. That lawyer and kite, he had a 150-second kite for that last end game, and that really secured that 3-man escape for the side of the survivors. So just amazing job with that hunter containment and kiting skills. I'm pretty sure he ran out of his map ability as well, so it was just raw kiting skills at that point, and he was able to go into the second story of that factory. So yeah, just amazing job.
Yeah, that was just insane overall, because it's like he was just insane. And it wasn't just the fact that it was raw kiting, but I really feel like the lawyer buffs, like with the speed boost and the vaulting speed buffs, there were many moments where it felt like it really should have gotten the hit, but it didn't register because he was just out of range, and it was just very, very impressive. So well done to GT3 for getting MVP. I have been caster BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Gummy. We will be back with more IVA actions with 2 different teams this time after this break. We will see you in a bit.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test, an impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
je me vois danser, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs, je m'écarte. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe brodée. Car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues. Car j'étais là et je danse.
Hello everyone, welcome back to IVA. I am your co-caster BK Boy Wu with my caster Gummy. How are we feeling about that last matchup? That was quite the intense matchup between A Righteous Story and it was the other team.
EMP.
I've forgotten their names already. Oh dear.
EMP.
Yes, thank
Emperor?
you. Yes, thank you. Emperor. So it was quite the intense matchup, really intense matchup between Emperor and A Righteous Story. That was just awesome, but Emperor finally managed to edge it out in the end, and one of their players got MVP. It was GT3, so congratulations to him for getting MVP. However,
Of these survivors, they will be showing the survivor mains, but if we talk about the preliminary rounds and what the survivors chose, in the previous stages, they chose Merc for AW survivors. They chose Merc twice, Coordinator twice, Psychologist twice, Airplanist, Lucky Guy, Lawyer, Seer, Cowboy, and Composer. So they showed us a very large pool of survivors during the preliminary rounds. Could you introduce the players for us?
Yeah, so we got Nikki, the lawyer, Oxygen, the cowboy, Zuixian, the prospector, Antiquarian with ZC, Potato on Mech, and then for the hunters we got Heshen with the hermit, and then Abo with the Ivy the Shadow. We all know how much you love Ivy the Shadow, don't we, Gummy?
Yes, we do. Yeah, and we have the Antiquarian, and on the side of Leo, we have the Mind's Eye for Gushing, the Seer for Immortal, we have the Breaking Wheel for Knight, we have the Axe Boy for Zhang Xian, and we have Mercenary for Wolfie, and we have the Prospector for Norton, which is Prospector's name, so it's just Prospector.
Quite appropriate, I do think. It's gonna be quite fun. And it's gonna be even more fun for if Prospector gets banned and then we have to call Norton, who is not playing Norton, as Norton, or potentially we have to call the Norton as Toy Merchant, which is gonna be so fun and very confusing for our audience. That's just
it will be a little confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other survivor picks that we have seen in the previous rounds for Leo has been Prospector 3 times. So most likely Norton is that Prospector main because he played Prospector 3 times for all 3 games. So yeah, we have the Merc that...
Bro thinks he's him. I guess we're gonna find out if that is actually true in these upcoming games. But what about this Mercenary Gummy?
Oh yes, Mercenary was picked twice. We had 4 cheerleader, seer, entomologist, psychologist, acrobat, and prisoner. So both the survivors have shown a very wide range of usage of different characters. So this is going to be very interesting to see who they choose. And yeah, and on the side of the hunters for 4AW, we do see that they chose the opera singer twice and they did play the hermit. And in their introduction video, we did see that Hessian was the hermit player and Abel was the Ivy player. We weren't able to see the Ivy during the preliminary rounds for 4AW. So it will be interesting to see. They may or may not actually pull her out because from our previous match, we did see that she was not too successful and she was out-kited by that entomologist. So we'll have to see and see if she's still broke in this matchup.
Yes, that is very true. I do think that I think that you are right in the fact that she is very, very broken. I just think that it's very, very hard to get used to playing her. So she has a high skill ceiling and a very high skill floor, as they say. Meaning that it's hard to play her well, but if you do play her well, she will be absolutely busted.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. And we had and it looks like we will be going to our first round, first half. On the side of the hunter, we will have 4AW Henshin playing. So most likely we'll see a opera singer or a hermit on the side of the hunter, and we will be having Leo on the side of the survivors. And if I may, I will guess that there will be a prospector in this round.
Gee, I wonder what makes you think that, co-caster Gummy. Let us investigate this issue further. Oh wow, it's actually not. At least for the first half. Interesting. At least for the first half. We do know that the magician pick is often a very, very common pick against opera singers because just being able to use the wand to just kind of block off her access or just block off her shadow area, especially like on the walls and obstacles, is very, very annoying for the opera singers, as well as the fact that when she's coming up to you, you can just pop your wand and then it just almost acts as like a barrier and cancels the hit almost. So very, very useful. But Hessian's bands here are going to be very interesting. We've got Antiquarian, Aeroplanist, Coordinator, and Explorer. Quite the wide variety, especially because we have not seen an Explorer so far in this game.
Yeah, Explorer is especially pesky for the opera singer because she's so fast. She has a hard time looking at all the little grasses that stick out and trying to pinpoint the location of this Explorer. So, an Explorer ban is understandable. We have seen Explorer do pretty good against the opera singer. So, I am leaning towards the hunter choosing the opera singer. And the survivors have chosen all their characters. We have the seer and the mercenary as well, in addition to the acrobat and the magician. And we will be playing on Leo's memory. So, once again, I would like to say there are very good spots for the explorer to be hiding in Leo's memory. You can completely cover your body in those little snow piles. So that'll
Yes.
make it almost impossible for the hunter to find that explorer. So maybe the hunter is a little scared of going against the explorer at this time.
To be honest, as someone who has played Explorer quite a lot on Leo's memory in particular, because it's, as you mentioned, you can just hide in those snow piles which completely cover you, and as someone who has fought many Explorers on Leo's memory as a hunter, I can tell you I too would be scared right now if I was going up against an Explorer on Leo's memory. So honestly, respect to Heshen for knowing his limits and not deciding to be a masochist and trying to find the Explorer today on Leo's memory, because that is very, very painful, speaking from experience. But in regards to the other survivors, we do have Immortal on the Seer, Norton on the Acrobat, Gusing on the Magician, and then Wolfie on the Mercenary. So a pretty stable team composition, mostly revolving around Kiters with the support from the Seer and the very stable rescue from the Mercenary.
Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to see the Prospector first round, which is understandable. It's understandable because the Sangria is incredibly fast. Prospector, it's very hard for him to actually get the stuns onto the opera singer. So, yeah, it's very unlikely for Prospector to counter the opera singer. And like we said, it does seem like Henshin will be playing the opera singer. The survivor side, the acrobat counters opera singer incredibly well. We've seen this happen in a lot of the Koa matches. He will circulate the shack area a lot. And it looks like we have the spawn points ready. We have the seer in factory. We have Norton in shack where he can loop around and really take up a lot of time of that opera singer. We have the mercenary in the middle and we have magician off to the side, and Sangria will be spawning at the exit gate.
So it seems that the mercenary being in the center is a pretty standard team. It seems like the whole this whole team composition and the spawn locations are very, very bread and butter for the survivors. Nothing too out there right now. We got the mercenary in the middle because it's very easy to shove him into the rescue for when and if that happens, and then it also forces Heshen to go out of his way to try and chase the seer or the acrobat because they are further off to the sides.
Yeah, and if you look at the survivor comp, they are expecting the sangria. They have all the survivors that are decent against sangria. So we have the magician, he can trick where the his actual body is and he can get away from the fast moving opera singer. We have the seer who hit the additional hit and the owl to use to buy time against the opera singer. We have the mercenary, our most stable rescuer, and we have the acrobat who is just known to kite the sangria over and over according to all the Koa matches.
Yes, yes, definitely. I definitely agree with you there. They were expecting this Sangria pick, but to be honest, in a first round of a tournament setting like this, that's kind of modeled after COA, you kind of have to expect the Sangria in the first round. Otherwise, you're gonna be in for a bad time. But
Yeah,
regardless, I
definitely.
mean, the fact that they did actually successfully predict the Sangria is going to be a really good advantage for the survivors. So going into the match here, we do see that Heshen just immediately ping-ponging between these obstacles and shadow areas, trying to get a good lead onto Wolfie the Mercenary, who is actually going to be quite the struggle to chase at first, which is why I expect Heshen to actually go off and chase someone else, change targets, chase someone else, which it seems that he will be doing, as we see going over to Estelle, the Magician. Very, very interesting. But we do know that Magician is quite good against the Sangria, as we have seen before. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this plays out exactly.
Yeah, and it looks like he will be transitioning to the middle where there's a lot of... Yep, he will be using his magician stick and will be transitioning towards the middle where there are lots of pallets to be working with. Flywheel, but got the hit onto the magician. He was able to throw down that pallet, so he will be able to get some distance off of the hunter, but he will be kind of stuck in the corner here, trying to stay away in the walls.
Yeah, trying to stay in the walls and also trying to play with the mind games, getting a beautiful pallet starting here, buying quite a bit of time, but unfortunately he only has one Magician's Wand left, which means that he's going to be using it right now and actually getting the hit. Oh, but he's getting the hit, but a really good Seer Owl right there. He did put him in recovery and now going in for the Acrobat because the Magician has just straight up disappeared into the Shadow Realm from Hishin's perspective. It's going to be quite the tough match right now because there are quite a lot of ciphers with quite a lot of progress, so Hishin really has to try and get either the Acrobat or the Magician down ASAP if he wants to try and avoid getting cipher rushed by this team.
Yeah, and it looks like she will be downing the Acrobat right away as he was trying to go up the stairs to the second story. So she was able to finally secure a down on one of the survivors. This will be the first time the Acrobat is on the chair. Cipher machines, one cipher machine has been completed, 2 cipher machines around 70%. So it is looking very good on the side of the survivors since this hunter is very fast paced. Getting that much decoding process and switching over from the Magician Kite to the Acrobat Kite was also incredibly good since the Magician has run out of sticks. And we have the Mercenary coming in here for the save. We'll be taking that hit and we'll be getting the save onto the Acrobat with Tide Turner before the half mark.
Yep, before the half mark, which means that there will be another rescue after this. Hishin immediately going over to the Acrobat and managing to get the blink hit through the pallet instantly. No time wasted, just instantly. I don't want to waste my time. I'm going to blink hit this and get you down ASAP because look at his cipher progress. There is 2 ciphers with 80 and 76, and there's one more coming up with a 60% progress. There's a lot of ciphers. If they can get those 2 ciphers done, it's going to be 1 cipher remaining, which is going to be really, really bad. So right now there's 4 ciphers left, but if the survivors can hold together and decode these ciphers, it's going to really, really scare Hishin because of how many ciphers they're doing really fast.
Yeah, the Seer is quite at a distance away from the chair. It doesn't look like he will be able to make it to the Acrobat in time. The Acrobat is all the way in the corner, but he did get a hit onto the Seer, so possibly give that speed boost, but it looks like he's kind of caught out in the far away from the chair, so it doesn't look like he'll be able to make it to the chair since he is half health. So it looks as if the Acrobat will be... Oh! There was an attempted backdoor save by Wolfie the Mercenary, but he wasn't able to get there in time and he will be getting a hit and he will be going down.
That is very, very unfortunate from the survivors. If they were just able to get that little backdoor rescue, then it might have changed the whole game. Oh, but with the mind gaming with the Seer here coming in with a terror shock on this pallet. Very, very, very well played by Hishin here. Just really utilizing the extreme speed of Sangria to be able to give him no time to think or react. However, he has to be careful because there is only 1 cipher remaining.
And there's only 1 survivor up, and he's only at half health. The last cipher machine is not primed. So this is looking incredibly bad for the side of the survivors. It was looking good until they failed the rescue on the Acrobat and got the double down. And now the Mercenary has gotten up, but the Hunter has located where the Magician is. It looks like she'll be going back to the chair and making sure that they cannot get the save on the Seer, but this is the Mercenary coming in for the save, so he can eat a hit while going for that save. And it looks like he'll be spending his Evo pad and going closer to the chair. We'll be throwing down that pallet, avoiding another hit, and it looks like he'll have to save the Seer after half. We'll be taking the hit here, and we'll be getting the save onto the Seer.
Yes, but unfortunately it was after half like you mentioned, and it was only like a little bit after half, which means that they're gonna waste a lot of the potential chair time, and Mercenary going down for the second time means he doesn't have a selfie, catching up to the Seer really fast and getting another terror shock on the exact same pallet. Oh my goodness, this is looking really bad for the survivors team. However, they do have quite a bit of cipher progress. The Magician is decoding that cipher really, really quickly. However, Hishin is onto him and wants to chair near so that he can potentially easily disrupt that cipher before it gets popped. But it looks like it is going to get popped before Hishin could do anything about it. Actually managing to pop the cipher and getting him down through the pallet with a really quick hit. That was very, very well played by Hishin. And now only one left remaining is Wolfie the Mercenary, who will be running around And however, the dungeon is right here, which means that if Wolfie could potentially get some useful items to help with the next endgame kite, he might be able to get to the exit or maybe even escape from this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very hard to try and stay away from this opera singer because she is incredibly fast. She will locate where you are using tinnitus, and she can just take laps around this map. And on top of that, she already knows where the dungeon location is. So it's going to be very hard for the mercenary to get to that dungeon. So the mercenary unfortunately got a perfume. So it looks like what his best option would be to wait out this detention, wait for the magician to die out, use a perfumer to get to the dungeon and escape. But the hunter knows where this mercenary is because she will be using tinnitus to locate him, and it looks like she's looking around this factory second floor area. She hasn't quite gone to him. She will be teleporting right back to the chair, ensuring that there won't be a survivor nearby.
Yes, but we do have to remember that detention is still up, and as long as detention is up, this perfume is not going to be very useful. However, unfortunately, Wolfie getting crows right now and exposing his location to Heshen. It's going to be really, really bad because now, after not touching any exit gates or ciphers for such a long time, the crows are going to expose his location, which means that Heshen is going to be immediately onto him, which is really going to suck for the survivors, because if they can get out even one survivor, then it's better than a 4 survivor elimination. So Wolfie really has to try his hardest here to try and get into this dungeon.
Yeah, Mercenary is just not leaving the second story, knowing what will happen to him as soon as he leaves. And he can also utilize that perfume by dropping down from second story and then perfuming back. So that is one way he could possibly use it. Oh, and we'll be running into the hunter here, and the hunter's detention is out, I believe. We'll be taking that hit.
Is out and taking the hit, but running, sprinting, marathoning over to the dungeon. But it seems like he's not going to be able to make it in time, and ending this in a 4 survivor elimination. So for Apocalypse Warriors, Heshen is going to be getting a 5-0 points advantage immediately right off the bat in this round 1 first half game.
Yeah, really amazing job on the side of the opera singer. It was looking very good on the side of the survivors when the magician took the first kite, used up all his items, then the acrobat came with the assist, and we also had the owl assist, and the magician was able to escape, and the hunter lost sight of him, so she had to change targets. But unfortunately, she got the acrobat down relatively fast. And let's look at the stats for a minute here. We see the mercenary did have the most hunter containment time at 81%, since he did have that last kite at the end. We have the magician took the first kite, but he has the most decoding progress because he was able to escape and prime up the rest of the ciphers while the rest of the survivors were saving from the chair and kiting. So yeah, really good job on the side of opera singer, and getting that down on the acrobat very quickly really saved her. Was one of the pivotal moments of the game, and the double down situation after failing to save the acrobat for the second time, I believe. The mercenary was trying to go for that backdoor rescue. The seer really was taking the hunter's attention away, but the mercenary was just too far away and he wasn't able to get that save, and instead they gave a double down to that opera singer, and that really just cost the survivors their game.
Yeah, I think that double down situation was one of the pivotal moments, as you said. The pivotal moments of this game. If that did not happen, then I think this would be a very, very different game, especially because right now, for WA, for Apocalypse Warriors, they're going to be coming into the second half with a huge lead. So Leo's Hunter has to be able to match this points if he wants to be able to get into the second round with even points. There's no way that they can get a points advantage at this point, so they just have to match the points or take the points loss in this round, which is really, really going to suck for Team Leo. So the pressure is on Leo's Hunter right now.
Yeah, definitely. Most likely, I feel like they will most likely match the hunter with the opera singer because, well, let's look at the hunter for Leo is gonna be the hunter or A4W. I'm not sure.
Leo is the hunter, yes, because
Leo is the hunter.
Leo's
Okay.
yes.
So the hunters that we saw during the preliminary matches was the Axe Boy, Hermit, and Breaking Wheel. So interesting. We haven't been able to see the opera singer in the preliminary matches, so not sure if they will match with the opera singer. We do have a Hermit could potentially be a four-man elimination if played very carefully. It will also be a very long game, but definitely a possibility. What are your thoughts?
Okay, yeah, like I'm a bit puzzled, like you are, because normally you would use the opera singer for the first half, but we don't know if these hunters have the opera singer in their back pocket to be able to be used. You did suggest the hermit, however, I do think that oh, actually no, never mind, because I was gonna suggest the breaking wheel could be an option, but on Leo's memory, maybe not, because it's kind of very hard to navigate in Leo's memory, especially with like the kind of obstacles that are in this kind of a map. It's kind of hard to navigate as a breaking wheel. Plus, breaking wheel is normally chosen as like a BO2 or BO3 hunter after the Sangria. But so right now the question is, do the hunters have a Sangria pick available? That is the question on everyone's mind.
Right, and you know what else I would suggest? It might be predictable to you, but Ivy still has that four elimination potential, so if if Knight does want, she can choose he or she can choose the Ivy and she will be able to get that four-man elimination if played well.
Yes,
Yeah, and mhm.
that is the kind of the that is what everything hinges on when it comes to IB. If they be played well, they do be played well. Because if you don't play IB well, you are absolutely gonna lose. Or not even lose, but you're
Exactly.
going to
Mhm.
lose pretty bad because she is very hard to use. She is very, very hard to use. So if you know how to use her, you are probably going to slay the whole team, absolutely destroy them. We have seen some really, really good IVs in other tournaments, and especially in recently in ranked game modes where she has been very, very popular. She has been the new Dream Witch, as you like to put her, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, she's just been dominating. She's most probably the most banned hunter in rank. I'm pretty sure because every time I rank, we always ban IV. There's just no winning with an IV, especially if you're not in VCs. It's already hard if you're in VCs, but to do it without VC is just basically annihilation. So, yeah, and the side of the hunter of Leo, we do have the priestess ban and the lawyer ban. And the
Gardener, at least at the beginning. But it's with the psychologist, it lasts for the whole match, whereas with Gardner, it goes down after the first 50 seconds, I believe. So the psychologist, you really want to save it for when it's most crucial, which is going to be hard if you're getting chased by an opera singer. We do see the coordinator, which again, a very anti-opera singer choice, don't you think?
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of the coordinators in the tournament unable to get their stun on the opera singer. So we've seen a lot of misses since opera really does a very good job fastly dodging those stun guns. So yeah, we'll see if she can actually get the stun onto the opera singer. And then the fourth survivor pick on the side of the a 4AW is going to be the first officer, also a very good Sangria counter since he does have that after image, extremely hard to locate where he actually is. And even if he is hit, he does have that 5 second delay for his pocket watch, I believe is a 5 second delay.
Yes, it
And
is
so,
a 5 second delay. So it's like a 5 second tide turner, which is
mhm.
actually really good because then it allows him to kind of mimic the mercenary's ability to tank a whole terror shock and then still
Mhm.
pull off the rescue, which is awesome.
That's right. Yeah, and on the side of the survivor bans, the hunter also banned the prospector and the seer. So if it was a sangria, I'm not sure if the prospector is that effective against the opera singer, but according to whoever the player, it's always important. Whoever the player is, if the player is extremely good at maining this prospector, then it is ban worthy, definitely. And we're not sure what the hunter will be picking yet, but I don't know. It's looking like the survivor sides are definitely expecting that opera singer since they are choosing all the counters to opera singer. So we're expecting an opera singer as well, just like the survivors are.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see who else gets picked. If not the opera singer, it seems like it is going to be the Night Watch from Night here. Very, very appropriate naming, I will say. But it's going to be very interesting to see how this gets played because Night Watch is I don't know how he is against this kind of a team because it's gonna be quite interesting because the first officer is still very very stable rescue. The coordinator is good for a like a one trick kind of a rescue, but with a Night Watch you normally just kind of intercept the rescuer. So it's going to be interesting to see when and how this coordinator uses the flare gun. With Gardener, it's going to be a bit of a 50-50. If she gets chased first, then her bubble is going to be quite useful. But if she doesn't, then the bubble's not going to be that useful, especially if she gets interrupted in the middle by a pull from the Night Watch.
Yeah, and it looks like the Gardener will be spawning in the middle. We have the psychologist in shack, we have the coordinator in factory, and the first officer will be off to the side. Usually we see the rescuers in the middle, so this is a little bit questionable, but the Gardener does have that bubble effect that does last for around 50 seconds in the beginning of the game, so she will be able to have an extra shield at the beginning of the game, so that might be the reason why she did spawn in the middle, or they were expecting an opera singer, so trying to make the Gardener take the first kite, she might have spawned in the middle, and we will have the hunter spawning at the exit gate, which is the normal spawn for most of the hunters that we've been seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So it's going to be interesting because since Gardener was in the middle, do you think that Knight would just immediately go for her and just decide to tank the Gardener's bubble shield, or will he switch over to someone like Zenny, a psychologist?
Well, chasing the Gardener seems the most ideal since the bubble doesn't last forever. The chase on the first officer trying to get him down with those pocket watches seems to be very hard on the side of this hunter, so most likely not the first officer. If he does chase the first officer, it's usually just to make him use up his items. The psychologist has to take up to 3 hits, so also not ideal. And the coordinator does have a stun gun, but we do see hunters chasing coordinators because once you use that stun gun, she doesn't have any items. So the potential chases would most likely be Gardener and coordinator. But we'll have to see. Maybe this hunter is very confident and can go for the first officer or the psychologist.
Honestly, I think that going for the first officer would just be a objectively kind of a bad move because his slow decoding time kind of slows down the decoding speed of the survivor team as a whole. So leaving him alive would slow down the decoding would be the better play in my opinion, but we'll see. So you see, Knight is going after Xenia the psychologist actually, like you mentioned. So he is actually going to be going after the psychologist in the shack area. Going to be trying to juking him around here at the shack and actually not going to be looping around, but instead going towards the ruins area. The seems to be kind of waiting here patiently, trying to juke out the hunter here, but trying to play around this pellet and actually using the speed boost to try and get over that that window very quickly. And going for the my god, that was such a close to being a terror shock, but thankfully for the survivors it was not a terror shock, but it still managed to hit the psychologist. But we do see that the warp is being in play here and actually being used to cut off the psychologist, but not actually managing to get the hit off, and so going to be using the wind to try and pull her slowly. But getting the terror shock on the pallet as she's slow vaulting in. That is really, really unfortunate for the survivors. That was a pivotal terror shock. One of the terror shock that was the most important throughout the games that we have commented today.
Wow, yeah, that was very unfortunate because the psychologist was able to eat up one more hit. However, if she does get saved, she will be able to eat that extra hit if she was able to use that stress that hasn't been drained out quite yet. We do have the Gardener already coming in for the save. She did have the bubble to negate any attacks. We'll be getting that pal stun on the Night Watch, and we'll be making her way towards this chair. She does have time. It's not quite half yet. She will be taking that normal hit and getting the save onto the Psychologist with Tide Turner, so the stress levels will not be used quite yet, and the Psychologist has to try and stay alive, and she'll be getting a hit here, unfortunately, so she will be going down at this Ruins corner.
Yes, and not to mention the fact that even when she's going down, there are 3 ciphers remaining, and as well as the fact that Knight has full presence right now. We can see that he brought Insolence and Detention, so no changing off of Ward with Trump card and no confined space. The Potato, the first officer, he does have 2 pocket watches as well as Tide Turner remaining, so it does seem that he is going to be going in for the rescue. No, actually. Coordinator Zhu Xian going for the rescue here without any Tide Turner trying to... Oh, but the backdoor rescue from the Gardener on the Psychologist while the Coordinator was distracting Knight. Very, very well done. And now without the Tide Turner, it seems that the Psychologist can actually use her stress levels very well, but getting a surprise hit on the Gardener who's trying to really force out this Cypher. Now going back to the Psychologist who can tank 2 hits thanks to these remaining stress levels from her first kite. Coordinator sticking around to hopefully get a flare gun on Knight, and actually popping it off onto Knight, getting extra time for Xenia. Very, very well done. And we do see that the cycle levels are actually really, really well high, and utilizing Warp to instantly get a lot of distance onto Xenia and potentially getting the charge attack. Nope, not hitting. And actually getting a very beautiful mind game palette hit through the palette here on Xenia. But now that Xenia has all her broken windows up, it's going to be hard. Plus, not to mention the Gardener's support. And there's a lot of Cypher progress right now. And he's going to actually going in for the hit on the Gardener and potentially the Paladin. Yup, the Paladin is going to hit after getting healed. And because the Gardener got healed by the Coordinator, she could tank that hit. However, the Psychologist is going to be going to the factory, and it's not looking good for Knight. There's 1 Cypher remaining. And even though it is the Psychologist's last chair, it's not going to be good, because if he doesn't get her eliminated, then he's going to have a bad time at endgame.
Yeah, she just dropped down from the 2nd story, and there's another survivor getting the Gardener really pesky. Keep getting the hits for this Psychologist and really keeping this Hunter away, and Psychologist able to escape, and so the Hunter has no choice but to down this Gardener instead, just blocking that exit way, unable for the Hunter to find the Psychologist. Just amazing job at this Gardener. The Gardener took 2 hits. Oh, unfortunately, Basement is in this area, but the Cypher machine will be primed by the time a Survivor comes for this save. So it's still looking very good in the side of the Survivors. And remember that we had a 4-man elimination, so just 1 Survivor escaping would still be a win for the Survivors.
Yes, so right now Potato going in for the rescue here with the Tide Turner, and Knight is going to be trying to go in for the fall hit, and actually, but he misses it unfortunately, and is just going to go in for the hit on Potato here. The Cypher is primed, but they are going to be waiting for Nikki to get down here at the factory area, going to be trying to pop that bubble, but getting hit instead and forcing out the Cypher to pop. Now that her bubble is going to be a little bit charged, she will be able to kite a little bit longer here in the factory area. However, Knight catching up really fast and going to be actually warping over really far to the Christmas tree gate area. This is going to be really good. It's like a little swerve on the dash, trying to dodge all the obstacles, trying to get to that gate as fast as possible. Getting onto Zhu Xian, the Coordinator, who has broken windows, so it's going to be quite tough kite here for the Coordinator.
Yeah, and the Coordinator doing a very good job avoiding all these hits so far. Meanwhile, the exit gate, 1 exit gate has been opened, so most likely these Survivors will be going to the open exit gate while Coordinator tries to prolong this kite. We'll finally be getting a down onto the Coordinator. And it looks like this will be the Coordinator's first chair, and the Hunter is going to take his time and chair up this Coordinator. Meanwhile, the Survivors are healing each other, and the Psychologist is moving towards the open cipher, so this is looking like a 3-man escape. We have the gardener breaking a chair as well near the open exit gate, and it looks like they will start heading out, and that will secure that 3-man escape on the side of the survivors. Just amazing job with the kites.
Yeah, that was really, really well done and well played. There was a lot of supporting from the teammates, especially with the coordinator, and that backdoor rescue on the psychologist from the gardener. That was just chef's kiss. That was really, really good to see, especially because Knight just had no idea it was coming. You could see he was completely focused on the coordinator and did not even think to consider that the gardener might come in for a sneaky backdoor rescue. And so seeing that pay off in the end is beautiful for the survivors.
Yeah, and and we'll look at the stats before we talk some more. We have the psychologist with the most hunter containment time at 125 seconds, and we have the most decoding on the coordinator. Oh no, it's the first officer, right? We didn't see the first officer very often, and he was able to get 256% decoding progress, along with the other rescuer, 228 decoding process. We had a lot of help from the gardener, so the gardener does have second to least decoding process, but the gardener really bought a lot of time for the psychologist, so the rescuers in this case were the decoders of this game.
Yeah, you always love to see it when the roles get reversed, when the decoders become the kiters are the rescuers, and the rescuers are the decoders. I just find that so hilarious, honestly. But it actually does make quite a lot of sense, because in this scenario, coordinator technically has the fastest decoding speed. She has that really big debuff when someone is on the chair, but that was actually surprisingly little amount of time, so she had a very decent decoding speed, which is what allowed her to get that 200%. And first officer has a 20% decoding speed debuff. However, it gets faster for every pocket watch he uses. And I noticed that during the match, there was actually a time at the shack when he and the coordinator were decoding together at the shack, that last cipher. He used one of his pocket watches early just to get it out of his inventory so that he could get that buff and speed up the decoding time, which is why at the end he only had one left for the basement rescue. So very, very clever play there from the first officer, and we do see that it did pay out. We got 1 to 8 on the side of 4 Apocalypse Warriors with a 7-point advantage. Leo really needs to pick this game up in the next game if they want to keep playing in this bracket. I have been BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Gummy, and we will be back at the next round in a little bit after this short break. We'll see you in a bit.
We gather here today with profound admiration and fond remembrance to honor the lives of those who perished as they returned from Okinos 25 years ago. They were pioneers of science and our dearest friends and family.
March 13th, I accepted my mission. Disguised as a collector, I boarded the exploratory vessel the Isambard. Here, a taxidermist who's obsessed with all marine life.
No pushing. Next!
A cartographer who believes in the visions her father witnessed firsthand at sea. But the strangest one of all is a wealthy sponsor who keeps himself out of the media. The truth behind the tragedy 25 years ago is anything but simple. The culprit is somewhere on this ship, hiding among us.
I believe we will all find what we seek on this journey.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable.
Hi guys, I'm Lavie.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hang out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. Like, if it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light colored inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to identity...
Hello everyone, welcome back to IVA. We're in the BO2 of For Apocalypse Warriors versus Leo. I am your caster BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Gummy. So Gummy, how was that last how was that last round just now? That was really good for Apocalypse Warriors with that 7-point advantage.
Yeah, I definitely think it was very good for 4AW. The Hunter pick is what was a little questionable on the side for me, since Nightwatch isn't known for a 4-man elimination, so possibly a different pick for the side of the Hunter would have been more beneficial. I mean, Nightwatch hasn't been in the meta for quite some time. Maybe they did trust in the Hunter for his Nightwatch gameplay, but it did not deliver, unfortunately, that 4-man escape. So yeah, and I did want to mention in the last game, even though Psychologist did go down early and she wasn't able to use her entire stress, she was able to use it later on, so it actually wasn't that damaging to the survivor, and that was one of the reasons she could eat up more hits. And yeah, that's one of the reasons you don't really want to chase the Psychologist, because she did have that rebound potential after she was saved. So that was very crucial on the side of the Psychologist. And the support from the Gardener was amazing. She took a hit, she was healed, she took another hit, and she used the bubbles as well. She blocked the exit gate, and she really deserves the MVP for this, for really harassing this Hunter and making it impossible for him to down this Psychologist. So very good job on the side of the Gardener.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. You think that like for a gardener, her harassing would come mostly from uh destroying the rocket chairs and just making a general nuisance of herself, but no, it came from just being an absolute tank and just eating every single hit that the Night Watch was just giving her because she tanked she body blocked for that psychologist three whole times, and you can tell that that teamwork and coordination really, really paid off because they got away with a 1 to 8 point lead. So that's a 7 point lead. So Team Leo really has to step up their game in the second round if they want to keep playing in the next few matches.
Yeah, definitely a huge lead for the side of 4AW, the Survivor and Hunter. The amazing job of the opera singer with that 4-man elimination, and the wonderful job for the Survivors with that 3-man escape. The Hunter had to eventually leave the psychologist, go for the gardener, and at the end, she was at the 2-story building. She was cornered, but she ended up using warp, and he left the gardener and had to go to the coordinator, I believe, was the last chase. And she did such an amazing kite. She kited so that the last the last exit gate was open and the 3 survivors were able to escape. So just amazing kiting abilities on the side of these survivors.
Yeah, that was just insane. Like in general, the kiting from everyone except for the first officer because he didn't kite. But that's no offense to the first officer player, obviously. But it was like everyone on the team had like some awesome kiting abilities, and they really were able to show it off, especially against the Night Watch. So hopefully we get to see more of that in game 2. That kind of really, really awesome solo kiting potential, and not just solo kiting, but like the teamwork, the coordination, the fact that they were able to like work together, like that gardener of body block 3 times for the psychologist. 3. She's just a gardener, man. Like she's not even like a mercenary or another psychologist or a seer or nothing. It's a gardener, man. Like holy crap.
Yeah, forcing the rescuers to they don't have a job. They just had to decode the entire match. So really the gardener's amazing support really shined through in that match.
Yeah, I
And
definitely have to
so
agree with that.
so the
Yeah.
Hunter pick, what do you think about the Night Watch pick? Because I'm not sure Night Watch was the best Hunter to pick at that moment when you're trying to get the 5-man elimination.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Not even trying to get the 5-man elimination, just at least get a draw so that because okay, Leo's Hunter in the second half had the job of trying to at least secure the draw so that your points don't go any lower, or like the point deficit doesn't get any
Right.
lower. Because they had a 0 to 5 difference, and if it gets any lower, then it's gonna be really bad. Because it's really bad. It is really bad right now. So if he could just at least secure the draw, then they could have gone in with not so bad of a point disadvantage. But then again, like you said, the Night Watch is a bit of a questionable pick. Normally, you would pick an opera singer. So my only explanation would be that neither of Leo's hunters have a lot of opera singer experience under their belt, which seems to be the kind of main disadvantage, or at least the main disadvantage, at least in the first round, because going on through the second and third rounds, that's when opera singer starts to get banned, and hopefully that's when we get to see Leo's other hunters shine, because they really need to step their game up, otherwise they are going to be losing really badly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So, like I mentioned in the preliminary round, there was no opera singer. So, we were like, maybe it's a hidden card, maybe they'll show it in this match, but it seems like they really just don't play opera singer at all, and that's why they didn't play it in the preliminary rounds. And so, we'll see. We'll see if the other hunters that night mains is the Axe Boy, Hermit, and Breaking Wheel. So we'll see if these 3 hunters will be able to secure some kind of advantage for the side of the Leo team.
Yes, we will be hoping. So going into the next round here, we do see it, the Sacred Heart Hospital for 4AW's Hunter versus Leo Survivors. We do get to see a new Hunter on the side of the Warriors with Marionette instead, going up against Leo Survivors, who are the same as before with Norton, Immortal, Estelle, and Wolfie. The global fan survivors would be the magician and the acrobat. Magician, a kind of a throwaway pick, just mostly for anti opera singer purposes, but acrobat is a bit of a mixed bag because he's kind of a decent kiter in some situations and can be a pretty good support. So I think that they might miss him a little bit, but we'll just have to wait and see. Leo's first picks here coming in with Norton on Norton, and then we got the cheerleader. So very, very interesting picks because cheerleader is a really good support, and prospector is a pretty decent support, a pretty decent kiting, pretty alright for rescuing if you really need to, and he's alright enough for decoding. Jack of all trades, master of none, as they say.
Yeah, and we finally got to see Norton actually playing Norton. We've been wanting to see this last round, but they're finally showing our Norton. And what's interesting is we have the Ivy band and not the opera singer. So that means there is a chance for the opera singer to be played in the second round as well. So that's
Ooh,
a
yeah,
very interesting point.
yeah, it does seem that they are more scared of the Ivy. They're really taking your advice here, where they really don't want to deal with Ivy the Shadow. And actually, a really interesting band here from Marionette with the Puppeteer band as well as the Psychologist band. Very, very interesting. Those are two very, very good supports that could be very, very powerful together. So it's understandable why Marionette would want them to be gone, but it makes me think that will Leo eventually pull out the puppeteer psychologist combo in the third round? Perhaps, maybe.
Yeah, so in the previous round, I believe the hunter for 4AW was Hessian and he played the opera singer, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so there is a possibility that Marionette actually does not play opera singer. So then in that case, we won't see opera singer for the second round. But she did have in her profile she does play Ivy, and so the survivor side did end up banning Ivy. So yeah, and looking at this team comp, I'm not sure if it is much of an opera singer counter, since we do have the prospector. The stuns are kind of hard to get since she's fast. The cheerleader does have that fast speed movement, but it also has that slow speed movement, so she has that negative effect. Very crucially bad for her, especially against the Sangria, since Sangria doesn't have any slow movement speed. And we have the prisoner, and prisoner
Yeah.
is not isn't one
Yeah,
of the
prisoner
best.
is not a well, yeah, like you're gonna say, prisoner's probably not one of the best decoders, right? Because well, at least in the current meta, he's mostly useful for in a team with lack of communication because he can just immediately check all the cycle progress on the map on his own, which is going to be very useful in a situation where you are cut off from your team in VCs. But in this case, this is the opposite. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how Wolfie will play the prisoner. And we do get to see Marionette on the Dream Witch, which not necessarily Ivy, but the second closest thing. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see the Dream Witch on the Sacred Heart Hospital versus the kind of bread and butter team.
Yeah, Dream Witch is the original Ivy, so we're just calling back to the OG characters. And yeah, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like Marinette plays the opera singer. So yeah, it does look like she'll be choosing a different hunter. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the Ivy at this time. But let's look at the survivors. Are they good counters for the Dream Witch? I don't think the survivors were prepared for a Dream Witch because you need some type of healer against a Dream Witch, since she will be getting hits left and right on all these survivors.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Because, well, I guess you could argue that the prospector's kind of 20% faster healing on himself kind of counts if you really want to stretch it. But again, that's kind of a stretch, and it's very, very niche. Much more detrimental would be the mercenaries' slow healing passive, where he gets healed much, much slower after every consecutive hit, which is really going to start to affect the team, especially if he gets down on the floor and then the Dreamer just leaves him there to self heal or get healed by another person, which is really going to slow down their decoding time.
Right. Yeah, and then we have the prisoner. Prisoner is not the best decoder and he has no kiting abilities. Oh, it looks like we'll be starting the match right away. We have the main body already entering the hospital. Doesn't look like looks like she did see the scratch marks of Wolfie, who is the prisoner. And prisoner is not a bad chase since he only has one stun. He will be leeched, and it looks like yes, she will be using the leech to follow the prisoner and the main body, trying to sandwich him along these walls.
Yeah, the sandwich technique is a tried and true classic of most Dream Witches. Oh, but getting the instant hit, but unfortunately for Marionette, it was with the prisoner's leech, which means that she is now back down to only one leech around the map, which is the main body's follower. So that's not going to be good for Marionette's map control. Wolfie forcing out the hit on their own leech is going to be very good. Oh, but dropping the patroller to ensure that there is a down soon enough, because if not, then it's going to be really, really bad for the survivors, because they're going to be... Oh, but the flywheel trying to join it, but no, unfortunately not getting it in time, and the patroller slowing him down and getting the hit on the prisoner. We do see that the Dream Witch can place another leech, which is most likely going to be on the prisoner. However, oh my god! Oh my! Did you see that, Gummy?
The pallet stun! The prisoner is free because the survivor was able to pallet stun, and now the prisoner can kite even longer. The hunter was trying to get the prisoner in the basement. That would have been extremely helpful, but it backfired because there was a survivor that freed the prisoner, and it looks like the leash was onto the cheerleader, and cheerleader will be taking a hit, and the hunter is looking for... It looks like she's going after the cheerleader at this time. Not sure where the prisoner went. One cipher machine has already been completed. The second one will be completed very soon. She is kiting in this walls area that has a lot of pallets and walls, but she's transitioning away, going to statue, and the hunter is following with the main body and her leech. Getting that blink and the down on the cheerleader very early on. Yeah.
The change to Blink really kind of solidified Marionette. I think Marionette is kind of grasping at strings right now, because after that prisoner rescue, she really needs to get a survivor on the chair ASAP, because there's 2.5 ciphers down now. Oh, but the prisoner has returned, and oh, did you see that? Getting a hit on the prisoner, but unfortunately cancelling the recovery time. So now he's going to be back up to half HP with 2 blinks available and getting him down once again. This might just turn the match around for Marionette, but who knows, because there is quite a lot of cipher progress done, and as well as the fact that the mercenary still does have tied to but rescuing the cheerleader out from under the Dream Witch's nose, but it doesn't matter because prisoner is back on the chair. You get one up and one goes back down.
Yeah, the prisoner did get freed in the beginning, so it is his first time on the chair. He was leeched, but it was very unfortunate. He had wanted order. That's why the hunter was able to locate him so quickly. And again, the cheerleader was freed, but the cheerleader ended up with wanted order. So the wanted order is landing on perfectly for the side of the hunter. We'll be getting a hit onto that mercenary while the mercenary gets a save onto the prisoner.
Yes, and getting the cheerleader down immediately. Oh, but the prospector is around and trying to harass. However, do keep in mind, with everybody around in this area, they're kind of running around like headless chickens right now, and the prospector getting hit. This is looking really, really bad for the survivors right now. They're just running around like headless chickens. All of them are half HP. All of them, or one of them has a leech. They're all half HP. There's 2 ciphers remaining, and it's not even like 2 half ciphers. It's 2 whole ciphers remaining. They have a lot of decoding that needs to be done, a lot of healing that needs to be done. I think what you mentioned before, the lack of healers is really starting to bite them in the back right about now. You do see that the prisoner and prospector are healing up in front of the birdcage area, but it's not going to be enough, and they are going to get interrupted by this leech. You do see Mercenary trying to go in for the backdoor rescue, getting hit, so he is going to be going down, and then the cheerleader is going to get back up. But once again, they need to get the heals up, they need to get these decoding up. They have way too much to do, they have too little time, because survivors are going down left, right, center, front, back, everywhere you go. There's always at least one survivor on the chair. Right now it's the mercenary, now it's the cheerleader. The prisoner is the only one who can rescue right now. There's so much happening, and this is really, really showcasing the power. Oh my god, and the cheerleader going down as well with that beautiful leech. Prisoner does be coming in for the rescue with that beautiful flywheel as well. He does have broken windows as well to help with the after kite, going in, rescuing the mercenary, and they are going to be kiting together in this little area here, but instead going to be changing over to the cheerleader with one of the leeches, and then the other leech is going to be chasing out the mercenary. Only the prospector is decoding right now, and that is going to be really, really bad for the Cypher progress.
Yeah, three survivors, all half health. The cheerleader is gonna return to the manor. This is looking very bad on the side of the survivors. They need a heal up, they need a decode. They're not able to do much. The hunter is already on them, and the wanted order was especially very helpful for the hunter. As soon as she lost the prisoner, the wanted order fell on the prisoner. They're trying to deleech the mercenary right now, and the follower is also going towards the prospector. Get the hit onto the prisoner.
Very, very good mind games there on the prisoner, getting the pallet, avoiding the pallet stun, and getting the hit through the pallet on the prisoner. Now the mercenary and the prospector are both half HP, but prospector is healing up the mercenary, but it's going to be really, really slow. As we can see, it's only 36%. Managing to get another leech onto the prisoner. So now with the two leeches going after the two survivors who are up and running, it's going to be really, really tough for the survivors right now, especially considering that Blink is up on some of these leeches, which means that it's going to be really hard for the after kite in terms of the prisoner's kiting route.
Yeah, and the Cypher machines are at a standstill. These survivors can't... Oh, we got a little magnet stun, and we got the save onto the prisoner, but unfortunately going down right away. The prospector can't hang around too long because he is only half health. He does have 2 magnets available. He will be able to magnet that follower, but it looks like he might be eating a hit here. Oh, he was able to avoid that hit. Yeah, he was able to avoid that hit. We'll be using the blink to hurry up and get to the prisoner, and the other leeches is going around the map. The prisoner will be going onto the chair for the last and final time. We have 2 survivors left, both injured, unable to heal. Cypher Machine, 4 Cypher Machine at 59%, 5th Cypher Machine at 29%. The survivors are trying to hide and heal. We'll get the heal on the mercenary.
There is so much happening right now, and my goodness, Marina managed to turn this match around from that pallet stun rescue at the beginning. This is just an insane match overall. The mercenary is full HP and has a single elbow pad left. The prospector has a 1 magnet as well as the broken windows available, but neither of them have leeches, which is good for them. However, they still need to get a lot of Cypher progress. They still have 1 whole Cypher. Oh, getting a hit on the mercenary with the main follower's leech, that's going to be really good. However, unfortunately for Marionette, there's not going to be any blinks for the followers right now. However, mercenary getting a leech means that prospector is going to be the only one decoding. Despite mercenary trying to get rid of the leech as fast as he can, he has to use that last elbow pad just to try and get away and avoid the sandwich. But Marionette is determined to get him in the sandwich, trying to get into the hospital. We do see that prospector is decoding it slowly, little by little, and as actually getting it there. But with the blink hit, yes, the blink will hit and get the mercenary down. And remember, he actually does not have a self-heal, if I'm recalling correctly. Oh wait, no, he still does have a self-heal. However, it's going to take a long time for that to happen. So as long as the Dreamwitch can keep this prospector busy and not decoding the cipher, as well as chairing this mercenary with this newly formed leech, this is going to be really good for Marionette.
Yeah, the mercenary bought a lot of time while the mercenary was kiting. The prospector did start a new Cypher machine, and he brought it up all the way to 73%, but both last Cypher machines are at 73%. The mercenary is gonna take quite a while getting up, and this hunter is looking for this prospector, and if she does find this prospector, it's gonna look even dire for the side of the survivors. The main body hasn't quite located the prospector. The mercenary has a leech, so she can leave the mercenary without having to look for him once again, and it looks like she has pinpointed the location of the prospector. Prospector trying to prime up that cipher a little more, around 80%, and she will be able to get a hit onto the prospector.
Oh my god! Getting that hit on the prospector before the magnet could go off. However, mercenary forcing out that self-heal and going to be putting another leech on the prospector with 1 on the mercenary, and then the main leech. There's going to be 3 leeches versus 1 mercenary. This is going to be quite a tough match for Immortal right now.
Yeah, I mean, after the mercenary expends his self-heal, everything's gonna start going downhill, because if the prospector goes up and the mercenary goes down, the mercenary can't get up anymore, and that will be the end for the mercenary.
Oh, but
Doing
a
a very
really good
good
dodge
job.
at that pallet there. Yeah, that was a really good dodge from the mercenary there at the pallet. And then the prospector also did get up. And now it seems that Marionette has noticed, and they are going to be trying to converge into the hospital area because it is by far the best kiting spot for the survivors. They are going to be trying to remove both of their leeches simultaneously, which is going to be really bad for Marionette because that's all of his map control gone in an instant. However, we do see that Marionette potentially getting that hit on the pallet. Nope, not getting a hit on the pallet. Trying to get that hit and manages to get the hit on the mercenary. So right now, Marionette has to get the prospector back down, and then both of them will have user self heals, and neither will be able to get up again. However, they are just trying to Cypher Rush with the Cypher progress right now, but it's just not going to be enough. Both of them are at 80%. They're so close, and yet they are both so far. It's very, very close for the survivors. There's very little that Norton the Prospector can do right now because Mercy just does not have a self-heal. The only thing he can do is just wait out for the Mercy to bleed out and then get the dungeon. But there's another leech waiting on the other side of that pallet and getting another hit, meaning that it will be a 4-survivor elimination from Marionette the Dream Witch, showing the full potential of a very, very scary Dream Witch to any survivor who dare to underestimate this character.
Wow, yes, really amazing job with that 4-man elimination on that Dream Witch. Wow, despite the circumstances, I will say that the mercenary did a very long kite. They were able to start a completely new cipher machine, prime it up all the way to 80%. So, despite the circumstances, mercenary did do his best and was able to kite long enough for the time being, but eventually they did go down since they did expel all of the self heals, and the Dream Witch didn't have a very hard time searching for the survivors since they were already leeched. So yeah, just amazing pick of the hunter on the side of Marionette, since the survivors did not counter the Dream Witch. So it was the perfect choice for Marionette. And so yeah, amazing hunter pick.
Yeah, that was just insane. I mean, if you take a look at these stats right here, we can see a Prospector with a 330% decoding progress, holy! And then Mercenary with the 3 rescues, as well as the most kiting time, because he was the one at the end of the game who was kiting the most. Second most kiting would be the Prospector for the same reason, and then the Prisoner with 79 seconds worth of kiting time. I just really want to point out this 300% decoding progress on the Prospector,
Yeah.
who was just trying to squeeze out as much as possible. You can really tell they were desperate because it was so close. They were so close to being popped and primed because they were both of the last 2 remaining ciphers were at 80% progress, which is a lot of progress considering that they had accelerated decoding and they had a Prospector who is pretty fast for the decoding, and the Mercenary who with accelerated decoding, he can decode at a decent enough speed. So it's going to be very, very unfortunate for the survivors that they were not able to prime the cipher in time. So if we take a look at the scoreboard, Leo's Hunter in this next half really has to get this 5 elimination because that is a 12-point deficit we're looking at, and if they don't pull up in this next game, then they are not going to be able to even get into the next BO3. It's going to be an absolute slaughter. It's just not going to be looking forward to for the side of A4W's Leo's Hunter.
Yeah, I would just like to mention that down on the prisoner was relatively fast, but that one pallet stun that freed the prisoner was extremely exciting to watch. You don't see that happening very often, but yeah, and then so after that, she lost track of the prisoner, and then she downed the cheerleader incredibly fast. And the very crucial moments of this match, I would say, is the wanted order worked perfectly in favor of the Dream Witch. So as soon as she downed the cheerleader, the prisoner got wanted order. So she went immediately to prisoner, downed him again, chaired the prisoner, and then the cheerleader got wanted order. So every single target she was looking for kept getting wanted order. It is random, but in this case, it worked out perfectly for the Dream Witch. So yeah, that's a very rare thing to see, but yeah, that was very exciting to see.
Yeah, that was just, oh my god, that was just like insane to see. Like luck really was on the side of the Dream Witch for in terms of the wanted order, but luck it cannot be all of the attributes because you cannot deny that the way that mid game as well as the early game that really early down on the prisoner as well as the way that the mid game is handled with everyone just running around scrambling like headless chickens. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. They don't know if they should heal, decode, rescue, what they should do, remove their leech. It's just absolute pandemonium. And the way that the Dreamers is able to take advantage of it and just like get one person gets rescued, another person goes down. That person gets rescued, the other person goes down. And it's just back and forth and back and forth. And it was just insane to watch the amount of map control and just general control that the Dream Witch had on the survivors as a whole.
Yeah, the survivors kept staying injured the entire time. Headless Chicken is a great description of the survivors at this time. They were able to get a few heals, but as soon as a survivor was healed, they would get hit right away. And it was just amazing play on the side of the Dream Witch. And it looks like we will be going to our second round, second half. We have the win for 4AW for the first round. This is a second round. The Leo Hunter has to get a 4-man elimination in order just to tie round 2. So the pressure is on Knight. And we'll have to see who he will be choosing. For the global bans, we do have the ban on the Gardener and the Psychologist. And the Hunter has chosen the ban of the Priestess and the lawyer in Sacred Heart Hospital. The lawyer in Sacred Hospital is incredibly powerful because if he spawns in the second story, there you will never find him because the lawyer can see exactly where you are. He will just he'll keep running circles around you because it's just impossible to find the lawyer inside the hospital. So completely understandable, a very good ban on the side of Knight, and Priestess is also very useful with her long portals from the entrance to Birdcage and Birdcage to the other entrance. They're extremely long portals, so incredibly a big nuisance for the Hunter, so very understandable ban. And the ban the survivors chose for the Hunter is gonna be the Gamekeeper. Interesting.
Ooh, interesting. So it seems that they're really not afraid of Knight's Night Watch and are much more afraid of the Gamekeeper, which I mean we have seen Gamekeeper on and off and on and off occasionally as a second, third choice pick, but it's very interesting to see that they are actually much more afraid of the Gamekeeper in this case because now they know that Knight does not play Opera Singer because he did not choose that character in the first half in favor of the Night Watch, and so now they're much more afraid of the other characters such as the Gamekeeper. So they are going to be picking the Seer and the Prospector on the side of the Warriors, which is going to be very, very interesting to see because those are very assist. Well, Prospector, like I mentioned, is very jack of all trades, and then you got the Seer, who's a very assist-heavy character. Leo banning the Lawyer, First Officer, Priestess, again, very, very powerful characters, especially on this map. Lawyer, as you mentioned, Priestess is just being a priestess, especially on Sacred Heart Hospital. And then First Officer is by far the most stable rescuer. But I'm having a feeling that the Warriors are kind of feeling a little bit silly today with this Thief pick here. This is going to be quite interesting because you really don't see Thief a lot in the in tournaments like this. It's very, very rare.
Yeah, and we got the ban also on the Prisoner. Not sure how useful he was in the previous rounds, but this Hunter doesn't want to see a prisoner. It seems the prisoner is a nuisance to Knight, so he will be banning that prisoner. Yeah, and the last choice of the survivors will be a Weeping Clown, so very interesting survivor picks. Not the meta. We don't see Weeping Clown very often. He can actually be very useful, but yeah, not meta, but still can be very useful, as I've already mentioned. We do have the Seer with the Owl support. Yeah, a very interesting combination on the side of the survivor. I'm not really sure what to say.
Yeah, this is like really, really interesting because, okay, as the points stand right now, it's 13-1, which means that there's a 12-point difference. So if
Wow.
Knight can get 3 survivors eliminated, that'll bring the difference down to 10 points, which means that they will be going over to the BO3. So the survivors just have to get a draw, and then they will immediately win the whole bracket. So the fact that so it seems that they're feeling pretty confident in their choices here. They're going to. I feel like they're really going to be going in and harassing the heck out of this hunter, because I mean you got the thief who's very annoying. I've had to go with I have to go against many thieves, and they're very annoying. You got the weeping clown who can be quite annoying as well. Plus the prospector and the seer who are good assist characters, and this seemed like we're going to be going up against an Ivy on the side of Knight here. So this is really the make or break for Team Leo right now, because if Knight plays the Ivy, it can really only go one of two ways. That being that Knight plays it well or he doesn't, and in either case, it's going to be hard to get a draw because Ivy is really not a draw kind of character.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the spawn points here, the survivors are choosing not to spawn in the second story hospital. They're leaving the middle blanket open for the hunter. If the hunter does choose to spawn there, she will be spawning in the corner, however. Not sure what the survivors are thinking. Maybe they're leaving hospital open so that if a survivor is chased, they can transition into hospital and prolong their kite. But yeah, we see that the Ivy will be spawning in between the thief, and I wasn't able to see the other person.
It was the thief and the seer. Now thief kind of makes sense if they were expecting the Ivy pick, because it's gonna be a bit of a pain to be able to switch between your ghost and your body and use all your abilities if your abilities are locked half the time you're kiting, chasing as Ivy, and then the other option would be seer. And I do think that this spawn may make sense if you kind of look at it from this way. They're leaving the hospital open for whoever's first kite to transition into, like you mentioned, and also it means that they're going to be spread around the map and not cluttered in very small spaces together, which is going to make it much harder for Knight the Shadow to be able to effectively control the ciphers, because she has to walk the ghost all the way over to each cipher and to each survivor to try and block it off and harass them, which is going to take a lot of time if they're all scattered throughout the map and they're all over the place. It's going to be quite the trouble, I think, especially considering the amount of harassment that's going on. If they can get a good first kite on Knight, then they can definitely secure at least a draw.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be starting this match. The hunter already using her ghost to look for a survivor while moving the main body in the opposite direction. Oh, and we'll have a pause deduction for Zuizian. Maybe they're having a few issues with the internet. And there was something I would like to mention is the seer and thief actually are countered by Ivy because they're not allowed to look at her face. If they look at the hunter's face, they will increase in corruption. So this hunter pick is actually very good. She can counter most of these survivors. And so this is actually looking very good for the side of Ivy if she can get these survivors down quickly.
Yes, I actually did not consider that. Yes, you're absolutely right. The seer and thief are actually very hard countered by the Ivy right now. So it's given that she kind of hard counters the abilities of half of the survivor team, I think that she has a pretty good chance. However, do keep in mind that there still is the prospector who kind of has to look at her in order to harass, but still could theoretically kite on his own without looking. And then there is the weeping clown who could just, wisp away the survivors into the hospital or out of the hospital or into another area. And then it's going to be extremely hard for the Ivy to try and catch up if she does not have her stone tablets already placed all over the map. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how she plays. Back into the game, we do see that she is chasing the seer immediately and teleporting right over to him and getting his corruption level up to 66%. It's going to be quite high, especially for this first chase here. However, he does have his owl at the ready should he need to use it.
Yeah, and using the scare and getting 100% corruption and getting a hit onto the seer, a very early hit on the seer. And it looks like the seer will be trying to go back into walls and try to prolong this kite. The Ghost, however, is going to infect another survivor, ensuring... Ooh, and she will be teleporting to this last survivor. Is she leaving the seer? Not sure. The ghost is going again to a different survivor, and she will be using the scare on the survivor and will be teleporting to her and changing targets once again. And it looks like the new target will be Nikkei.
Yes, Nikki the thief, however, putting down these... Oh, but getting the blink hit and the beautiful flywheel, however, trying to... it seems like he's taking the corruption as a risk and trying to stun her and manages to get the stun. However, the corruption is slowly increasing, so it does seem like he is going to be getting the hit right here in this very, very open area. It's going to be hard for him to try and recover from this. However, the veteran's perk really coming in handy, letting him speed boost way into the hospital. However, Knight the Shadow actually going to transition over back to the Prospector instead. Going to maybe go for him instead. However, it's looking pretty bad right now because she has to be able to pick a survivor and go for him, because they have 4 ciphers, almost going to be 3 ciphers left soon. Because if they don't get a cipher down, if they don't get a survivor down soon enough, then it's going to be very, very hard for the IV to recover.
Yeah, she hasn't downed a single survivor, and there's so significant Cypher Machine progress. It looks like she will be infecting the Seer and will be teleporting, and it looks like she will be chasing the Seer and potentially trying to down this Seer as quickly as possible so that she can at least get one man down at this situation. The ghost is still on the seer, so she can see the outline of the seer, and she will continuously be able to know where the seer is. Use the scare of the ghost and the hunter, trying to get the 100% corruption onto the seer. Only at 73, seer doing a very good job avoiding the face of the hunter, not looking at the hunter. Still has an owl in his use that he could potentially use, and the ghost is leaving the seer again and going on scaring the Weeping Clown instead.
And instead going to be chasing the Weeping Clown instead. I feel like Knight's chasing game is really, really strong, but it's going to be really bad if he doesn't pick a survivor to just pick one and eliminate it. Because it's going... Right now, we're going to be going to 3 ciphers remaining, going to be 2 ciphers remaining, and not a single survivor has been down yet. The Seer's Owl hasn't even been used yet, for crying out loud. It's like... It's gonna be really, really tough for Knight if he doesn't get a single survivor down. And the Seer isn't even one hit. He is technically one hit, but he has the Owl to save him. And 3 ciphers remaining. One is 90, one is 85, and another is 85 as well. Like, come on. This is going to be a 4-man endgame at this rate. Knight really has to pick up this pace.
Yeah, he still hasn't downed a single survivor. This is looking very bad for the side of the hunter. Get the pallet stun into the thief, getting the flashlight. Will be getting the stun. This thief is doing an amazing job. He's just taking the corruption and just getting the stuns. And it's not as crucial since she's finally at full presence, and she finally did get that hit onto the thief. But this is the second time hitting the thief, I believe, and he's already been healed. And the ghost is going to another survivor. And she's teleporting to the...
The Cypher is already primed at this point, and it's gonna pop, and it's gonna be a 4-man endgame. It's gonna be a 4-man endgame. The survivors could easily get a draw right now, and also getting the pull. Oh, but with a beautiful flywheel, unfortunately missing the magnet and getting another magnet down. But the blink is available, and Knight could get the hit, but misses the blink hit, and another magnet down on the floor and pushing her away from the gate. We do see that there is the Seer at the front gate with an Owl still available, trying to get the gate open. Then on the other side, there is also the other gate who is really being opened by the Weeping Clown, and then the Thief also in the area, trying to basically not, get downed before the gates are open, because right now, these survivors are just scrambling to try and stall for time, get at least one of the gates open, and then get out. But we do see that Nike here has been able to get out of the hospital and is currently the one kiting, but there's just too much going on for Knight. There's too many survivors up and running. He doesn't know who should go for, and it does seem that Thief is going to be trying to kite Knight as best as possible, trying to avoid the flashlight, trying to not get his abilities locked. It's going to be really hard. Thief getting the corruption and the detention hit, but the survivors right now, they just need to get out of both of the gates, and then they're going to win this bracket. They just need at least a draw, but we do see that these survivors are actually going to be going in potentially for the rescue. However, we do see that the Seer is going to get haunted and then teleported to by Knight, but he does have an owl, but he has to be careful because his corruption is really, really high. So if it gets even a little bit higher, he's gonna get knocked out. But unfortunately for Knight, he did not, and he is going to be staying in the game with his owl still. The thief is down on the ground, and the other two survivors are still in the hospital. They're just scrambling. They really want this thief to get out.
Yeah, both exit gates have been opened, but these survivors refuse to leave. They want this 4-man escape, and the Seer still has Owl, so they could cover a potential. They got a rescue onto the thief with the help of the Weeping Clown. Will he use a rocket to maybe make it to the... We got the infection, we got the 100% corruption, and the thief is just walking past the hunter right next to him, and we have the survivors trying to body block for him and take him all the way to the gate. We got the stun from the Weeping Clown, we got the pull from the Prospector Magnet, and that's a 4-man. Oh no, we got the one person left. He got the 100% corruption, taking the hit, but detention is over, so that means this is a 4-man escape on the side of the survivors. Wow.
That was just crazy to watch, because Knight had such a good advantage in the first thing of the game. He had such a good advantage. He was getting hits left, right, center on all of the characters, but unfortunately he just could not decide on who he wanted to try and eliminate first, and as such he wasted too much time trying to get all of these survivors injured and trying to get these ciphers controlled, that he could not get a single survivor on the chair and to actually build a foothold to work off of from there. I think that was really the downfall of the game right there.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for the Ivy, since she chose a hunter that could counter these survivors, but she was unable to use her ability at all. And once she infected a survivor, she teleported a little afterwards. So after the survivor has left the vicinity of the tablets, then she won't be able to get that 40% corruption once she has full presence. So she wasn't able to get enough corruption on each of the survivors fast enough. So that was one of the big deals. And as you mentioned, she changed targets too much. She actually got a hit on the Seer at the beginning, but she changed targets and got a hit on the thief,
yes.
And then she changed targets again back to the Seer, and so it was just not very efficient on the side of Ivy, which was very unfortunate.
Yeah, I do think that changing targets, because first you on the Seer got a really quick hit, and then instead of trying to follow up, he just changed over to the Prospector, didn't get a hit, changed over to the Thief, got a hit, changed off of him back to the Prospector, did not get a hit. Thief got healed out, changed back to the Seer, he kited some more, and then by that point there was like three ciphers done, and then there were 2 ciphers remaining, and it was just going to be all downhill from there. Again, trying to do too many things at once and not being able to pick one of them to follow up on is really the detriment of Knight and Team Leo right here. So I do believe that now 4 Apocalypse Warriors are going to be going in with a massive points lead of, I think it's 1-18, and if we look at the data here, we can really see that the Thief was the one who kited the most at 127 seconds, and the decoding time is very, very evenly spread around 130 to 150 amongst all of the survivors, because all of them did quite a bit of chasing and all of them did quite a lot of decoding at some point in the game.
Yeah, and that 4-man escape, that was very sad. I mean, not sad. It was sad for the Shadow, because you thought you'd at least be able to eliminate 1 survivor while you had detention. Oh, and it looks like we won't be going to a 3rd game, and it looks like that 4AW will be the winners for this bracket.
So congratulations to 4 Apocalypse Warriors for absolutely sweeping the Team Leo off of their feet and getting a swift and decisive victory in this bracket. So really well done. Congratulations to them. And do not fret. Team Leo fans in the chat, and also to any Team Leo members who might be listening, you still have a chance in the losers bracket. So if you can climb your way up through the losers bracket, there may be a chance of rematching against four Apocalypse Warriors in the grand finals, and that will be a real spectacle to see. I'm very, very excited to see that potential revenge match. We do see that 4AW's Marionette getting the MVP of the game right now. Truly well earned and well deserved from Marionette. So congratulations to him as well.
Yeah, Marionette did a really amazing job with that 4-man elimination on Sacred Heart Hospital, I believe. Am I correct?
It was the Sacred. Yes,
Okay.
It was the Sacred Heart Hospital with the Dream Witch. It was just so cool to see Marionette really showing off the power, the potential power of a Dream Witch main who actually understands what they're doing and knows how to properly execute all of their plans, because that takes some real skill and dedication to learn how to play the Dream Witch properly. And the fact that Marionette was able to show us how scary that potential can be is truly astonishing.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, congratulations to 4AW's Hunters and Survivors. This team did amazing. They completely dominated with the 5-0 points. And so yeah, just that, and that really exciting endgame 4-man escape, and just the survivors just used up all of their abilities. You had the prospector completely stunning the hunter over and over. We had the weeping clown using his rocket to also stun the hunter and get out of the exit gate. And on top of that, the survivors waited long enough, and the thief kite was long enough after the cipher machines has popped that by the time they did rescue him, detention was over. So it was completely possible for that 4-man escape, since we had three healthy survivors and that one thief with half health. So I thought it could possibly be risky trying to get that save on the thief, since the hunter did still have detention, but the survivors were completely ruthless and they managed to get that 4-man escape. You don't see this happening very often, especially in tournaments, because 4-man elimination is very possible in tournaments, but you don't really see a 4-man escape on the side of survivors. So that was also very exciting to watch.
Yeah, that was just insane. I really cannot undersell this. That was possibly one of the most entertaining matches that I've ever seen in my life, both on the side of Leo's Hunter and 4AW's Hunters in the BO. That was some of the most entertaining IDV gameplays that I've had the luxury of commentating over in a while. So that was just really, really cool to see. And it was just very, very awesome to see and be able to witness that. Like, not even like being able to witness that firsthand and live. That was just truly an experience. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, amazing job to every single team that did compete today, especially the first round teams. Very hard fought, just amazing job. And even this second round, it was ended with the BO2, but the Hunter didn't give up till the very last moment. So yeah, amazing job to everyone that participated. We had such a fun time watching. And yeah, I'm glad that I did get to see Ivy play twice. Unfortunately, there were no wax artist plays for you.
Yes,
But,
that is quite sad. But I'm really, really glad to see that we got to see like the Ivy gameplay, because seeing these new hunters being played is always such a delight to see. Not to mention the fact that we also got to see the puppeteer being played in that one Red Church game, which is very, very cool to see. The puppeteer plus the psychologist, a very, very cool combo to see. So really, really wonderful to see all of these new characters, and also to see that the IDV community is really putting their minds to try and theory craft the best possible teams and counters and strategies for these characters. So if you look at the scoreboard here, you see Leo to 1 and then 4AW to 18. So that is the final scoreboard that is going to be presented for this bracket. So once again, congratulations to 4AW for this complete domination.
Yeah, and we don't have to worry yet because there will be a losers bracket, as you mentioned before. So these survivors and hunters will have another chance to move up in this tournament. And yeah. So on the side, oh, we only saw 2 hunters. That's why. So we did get to see that 4AW does have 2 hunters, and their round 1 player is Henshin with the opera singer. That's something to note, and we will see Marionette in the second round if we do continue to see them in the tournament, which we will because they did win. But yeah, so it looks like Henshin will be their round 1 hunter for now that we know of. So
Yes.
yeah, and first matchups, and we had the win for 4AW in the second matchups.
Yes, that was really, really cool to see. Both of the teams, honestly, they really fought. You can really tell the tenacity and perseverance that they fought. They really fought tooth and nail for all of their sides. So that was just really, really cool to see. So congratulations to EMP once again and for AW for winning this. A write your story and Leo unfortunately losing this bracket, but you will once again see them in the losers bracket duking it out to possibly get another chance at the grand finals. However, we do have 4 other teams that we have not talked about so far that are going to be the stars of the show tomorrow, which is going to be G8 versus FT, and then you got 2GT versus IVE, and then you also have A Write Your Story versus Leo. So anyone who is a fan of either of those 2 teams, you can take a look at that. That's going to be tomorrow for the live stream, so you can check that out if you're a fan of any of these teams. And good luck to all of these teams as well who are competing.
Yeah, we had the privilege of seeing 2 very extreme sides. The first game, we had a tie, and then it had to go all the way to the BO4 and even tied in BO4. So then we had to go to check the minutes of each match, and that is why EMP was able to win. So that was the first matchup, and then the second matchup was one side was dominating, and so we didn't even have to go to the best of 3. So these are like 2 very extremes that was very fun to watch. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is like really, really fun to watch, honestly. In my casting experience, most of the time I've had pretty standard matches where one team is pretty powerful and then another team is kind of an underdog and they kind of duke it out for a little bit, but then in the end there's always one winner in the BO3. But I've never had like a team that wins immediately in the BO2 just from complete domination like this. This is just something else to witness. And not to mention how that even in the overtime, Irach's Story and EMP were able to go against each other so we're able to go against each other so evenly, and it was just amazing to watch. And even in the overtime, they were still tied, no matter what happened.
Yeah, so it will be very exciting to see how well these teams do in the later rounds, since we did see a very even matchup against EMP and a slash
Yeah, A Wretched Story.
a registry. Yeah, so we have to be able to compare them with other teams to see how actually strong they are. And so that will be exciting to see as well. And then we'll also be able to see how much 4AW will be dominating when they play other matchups. And other matchups, speaking of other matchups, we do have the GH is a very long time, well-known SCA team that they've been around for a very long time, right? So that will be exciting to watch. And then we also had FT, who went very far in the COA brackets. So we get to see these teams once again. They do a very good job. They pick the meta hunters. I want to see some good Ivy plays. Yeah, so this will be very exciting matchup. And how is it they were matched up GH and FT? So we'll finally be able to see their rematch, and that will be very fun.
Yes, that will be really, really fun to see. Okay, like high tier, top teams just duking it out in the arena is going to be really, really fun to see. But we will be seeing more of that tomorrow, so please don't miss the live stream if you want more IVA action. Once again, I have been BK Boy with my co-caster Gummy, and thank you everyone for watching the stream, and good night everyone.
Hi guys, I'm Lavi.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play Identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hang out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light color inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main, and I used to main Wu Chang, and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV, as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, a body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you are on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 seconds.